Turn that down. Don't want that. All right.
World, he's married his fucking young sweetheart.
Right. You know who else is not a high value guy? Elon Musk. Let's see. Who else? Jeff Bezos. Yeah, go back to Twitch. There's some advice for you. That's some real advice.
Your boy's here.
Rollo Tomasi. Shout out to Rollo Tomasi in the fucking house.
Bro, why are you?
Let's wait for the actual scene of that in the video before I react to it.
In the chat, bro. Like he's always in the chat.
What else? Hey, chill. He's probably doing his hair right now.
Bro,
okay?
he's our homie, man. Destiny just.
It's not just your stream. Like I see him in every show I go on. Just dudes like, are you always online?
He'll be here next week.
Are you serious, bro? Valuetainment. Yeah, Pearl show, everything.
Would you debate Rollo?
Of course I would.
He would body you.
Oh.
Okay, he would body you.
All right.
Just sure.
As long as his wife lets him do it, you know.
Bro.
Destiny just sends this week. OF girls to debate me because he's too scared to come to Vegas. It's sit across table for me. Offer's been open since November.
Damn.
If he wants to debate me on somebody else's podcast, that's fine. But I'm not gonna go and like dig this guy up like fucking Lazarus from the underworld and try to resurrect his career. That's not my job.
He'll be here next week.
Okay, I'll be here too.
We should do a round table.
Okay, round table.
If he wants to, yeah.
And he should debate your ass.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Let's pull up Rollo's suite real quick because this has been a point of contention
with
in
Sneeko.
a lot of things. We got it right there. So this was his tweet, right? It goes, and this was from what, a week ago? About a week ago.
Well, we could go.
So the quickest path. The quickest path to becoming
Got
a
it.
high value man. Number one, don't get married. Avoid
I
frustration,
love being able to
vasectomy in your
cheat.
20s, lift consistently, eliminate all sedations, learn game and networking, play to your strengths, build wealth, resist easing up on your focus, and it's the quickest path to becoming a high value man. And I know that Sneeko had some point of contention specifically with number 3, which is get a vasectomy in your 20s.
Can I just ask, why did he need 8 points? Did he like get contracted to write all 8 of these? Because like I see some duplication. So like number 2, avoid family creation.
Perfect.
Number 3, vasectomy your 20s.
It's kind of the
Couldn't
same.
that be like collapsed into 1 point? Did he need 8? Did he feel stupid with like 6 or 7 or?
Okay, I mean
I'm just curious, but if there's
I
like
think
a
he's
reason.
clarifying it out. It's just 8 things. I mean, he could have put them together, I guess.
The best person to ask question to is Rollo directly.
That's true.
So we'll
There's
do
the
it
hand.
next week, probably.
I hope so, yeah.
But this list is concise because once again, he's just saying in general, faster way to get to that point.
Yeah.
What is high value man?
I think he means what he means in this context is being a guy that's like desirable to women and being attractive to women, so that you'll be I guess a marketable sexual partner.
Well, but that doesn't make sense, right? Like avoid family creation and get a vasectomy
That's what
and like
women want.
be attractive to men.
But no. It's
Or be attracted
because
to women, right?
again, like I said it before, I'll say it again because you're here. So he gave the instructions to retard proof it, right? Because when you give advice, typically you have to, appeal to the lowest common denominator. So like, there's guys out there, right, that could have been, I'm being honest here. There's guys out there that, could have played basketball back in the day, maybe football, whatever, and their career got smashed because they got a girl pregnant and they couldn't pursue what they wanted to do because they had to be a dad early.
True.
So what he's saying is, okay, this is how you mitigate risk so you could become a higher status guy. We're gonna eliminate all the things that could fuck you up. Now, I want to make this very clear for some of y'all because some of you guys don't understand. I'm not saying I advocate for vasectomies or whatever. I don't have one. I've never gotten one. But what I am saying is that given the context of what he's tweeting for this specific situation, it makes sense because he's saying,
And
hey,
this is
these are the
bullshit.
ways so that you don't fuck yourself
think
up
I'm
to
just
ensure
gonna-
that you're going to be successful. He's retard proofing it.
But that is a pretty retarded advice because you're saying do this so that you become more attractive to women. So what's even the point of having a relationship with a woman if you can't have kids with her? Then you're just having an empty relationship just to fuck her for your whole life. And then what?
No, he's saying to become high value, which means you make the choice do I want to do that or not? So he's give you the choice to do that, but once you become
No,
high
Myron
value.
just said that it's to become high value, to become attractive to a woman.
Yeah, if that's what you choose.
I
You
feel
don't-
like
you
we're
don't have
2
to.
months away from tweets of like, give your bro like the key to your fucking cock chastity cage.
Yeah,
to
I've
make sure you guys
been
are
going
fucking around without
backward.
permission or whatever. Like I feel like we're
That's
like, don't you
extreme.
guys tweet all the time about how like, oh, like women are fucking disgusting that are freezing their eggs at like 20 and they're never gonna find out. And now
Yes.
you've got like guys that go to sperm clinics. Like, here you go. I'm never gonna be able to impregnate my wife because there's like a 30% reversal rate on this fucking surgery. But maybe in the future I can
We laugh
inject
at
my
girls who want to
cold
freeze their
fucking
eggs
semen.
all the time.
Yeah, like
But-
it's like the same
But
shit.
notice, right? He has 2
No, it's like
points.
a 90% reversal rate.
Yeah, actually.
Well,
So
depending on
is
how
that true?
quick it is. Wait, for vasectomies?
Yeah, to get it reversed and be able to actually.
After like 10 years, it's like 30 to 50%.
Yeah,
And
but
your
after
20s
10
is
years,
10
though.
years.
Oh, I
You're
haven't
supposed
been
to-
here
You're supposed to
before.
reverse it back within the 10.
Well, wait,
your-
hold on, wait.
your
So you're gonna
20s
get
is 10 years.
vasectomy at like, yeah, you're gonna get a vasectomy at 20, become high value by 23, and then get it reversed. Like what?
I mean, I wouldn't say 23. You're being extreme as usual.
Well, he said
Well,
your 20s. That's 10
yeah,
years.
Yeah, but you can do it. But when you're 28, 29, at that
So,
point,
so 9 years? What is it? 45% chance of reversal? Bro, you're not gonna have kids
It's just
anymore.
you're sterilizing half your audience. That's just wild to me.
Hold on. Notice he
Yeah.
had 2 points there. He said, 1, avoid what? Family creation, and 3, sesame 20s. You can choose what you want to do. Apply what you need to apply. He's just saying you could do either or.
Okay.
no, he's
I'm
not.
just saying, I'm worried that Rolo's kids aren't gonna have any customers to sell books to. Okay,
here's
that's
the,
what
here's
I'm
the
worried
thing
about.
you guys are confusing it with. He's giving that advice. Those things are to mitigate fuck ups.
Yeah.
So that you get on your path to becoming higher status. That's to mitigate fuck ups. It's not about this is so you can fucking have a bunch of kids and have a family. That's not the advice. The advice is this is how you mitigate fuck ups in your 20s so that you can become attractive. Now, again, like I said before, am I telling guys
I don't
go out
want
there and get a
the
vasectomy?
free
No,
magic.
but he's giving these points because if you follow those things, it's gonna be very difficult for you to fuck your life up.
Here's a question for on that list.
Yeah, go
He's got 2 things, okay, about your dick, okay, about avoid family creation, get a vasectomy. Is there anything on that list about like just avoid women,
But hold
avoid
on.
temptation?
Hold on. We know as men,
Right.
we want women no matter what. But whether we want to abstain or be monk mode, it doesn't matter. However, question for you guys on the panel. If you had a kid, be honest here, would you be where you're at right now?
Destiny had a kid
I
at
have
his
a
early
kid,
20s.
yeah.
No. Well, oh, you did?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he had a
yeah.
kid
He's
in his early
interesting,
20s.
Okay.
He's very successful.
But I mean, no, it was a lot of difficulty, of course. Yeah.
But be honest though, your kid is amazing, I bet. But at the same time, it did hold you back a little
no,
bit. on
yeah, of
certain
course,
things.
yeah.
Seiko, for you, would you be in the same spot? Honestly,
If I had a kid at what age are you talking about?
early like 20.
I mean,
No, you wouldn't be. That's the point here.
yeah, who knows where I would have been? My life
eh?
would have been a completely different life.
The point is you might not even be here. I'm just trying to say he's saying mitigate risk and say, you know what? Avoid
Well, I
kids.
might not be on the Fresh and Fit podcast right now, but I would have been successful in different realms, and maybe I would have taken a different path.
How do you
Also,
know?
why not just like use protection?
Yeah, see, this is okay.
That's a good point. And he said avoid what? Family creation, which means use a condom too.
No, it doesn't. It says get a vasectomy. That was the
No,
advice. Stop
That's
trying
number
to.
3.
You're coping,
That's
bro.
number 3. Number 2 says avoid what? Creation.
So is it like this
It
is
could be-
like the list of 8 things to be successful? Pick 5.
That's the list.
Listen.
It's like a build your own lunchbox from
It's-
Taco Bell. Like
it's-
what, I thought
it's
you'd
the
follow all the points of the
context
list.
A faster way to be high value, which means, for example, mitigate risk. That's all he's saying here.
Hold on. Okay, but here's the part that I completely disagree with.
I mean,
and
in
I'm
the
not.
context under what he's talking, I
you're
think.
taking it-
But
yeah,
this
I'm
is- this
taking
is-
it a whole other level.
I'm not.
We're taking it literally.
This is
as
the
written.
yeah, which you should take it literally if this is the godfather of the red pill, right? You guys all give this guy so much credit. I don't really know
He's
much
written
about
like 5 books
it.
supposedly,
The
right?
hypocritical part about it is that we make fun of girls all the time for not controlling their sexual urges and being hoes all the time. Like she belongs to the streets, all this stuff. You tell guys that they're losers if they don't go to the gym. They're losers if they play video games. You're a loser if you
He's
smoke weed.
really
You're a
grown
loser if you
up,
watch sports.
Nico.
You need to exercise discipline. But when it comes to girls, oh shit, get a vasectomy because you can't control yourself, because you're not capable of exercising discipline. Why do you have to be disciplined in every single aspect of life? Networking, success, all this stuff, watching sports, playing video games. You need to be on your stuff. But for women, nut inside girls with after getting a transgender surgery. That's the one thing you can't be disciplined in.
Sneeko, can you stop fucking girls?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Stop the cap.
Hold it to it right now. Don't fuck until you get married.
Well, no.
No.
Better advice.
You
Better
just
advice.
said you can hold it. So don't fuck until you get married.
Better advice is
No. I swear to God.
What,
Right
you're,
now.
you're saying no.
Are you cool with that? Handshake.
Well, no, wait, hold on.
This is such a stupid
Here's the real
argument.
question. Here's the
You
real
need
question.
to
Hold on.
fuck.
Has Seiko f***ed a girl before?
Yes.
Has he had a vasectomy?
No.
Does he have any kids?
No.
He's
Then boom, there you go. He's
I
able
know
to
how
do
to
it. He's
exercise
able to
this
do
one.
it.
Plan B. So he would have had a kid, which means he's gonna at some point.
Hey,
We're
listen,
human.
and they still
We're
sell
men.
Plan, they still sell Plan B.
No. But the point is,
That is the point. He's able to fuck girls, not have a vasectomy, and still not have kids. It's
what
possible.
What did number 2 say? Avoid family creation. It could be condom or Plan B. But he's just saying to be
Yeah, it's
extra
another
careful.
form of contraception. is what it is basically.
But he didn't say that, and that's not a good form of contraception because it's not supposed to be reversed. That's what the doctor tells you when you get a vasectomy surgery. It's like you cannot expect this to be reversed. That's you shouldn't go into that thinking that you're going to reverse it. And also, a better advice instead of saying never fuck again, maybe for the women that I do have sex with,
Stop
prepare
that.
she could be the mother of your children. Maybe don't spend time with hoes all the time thinking I need to 50 girls so I understand feminists and how retarded they are. Maybe just don't f them. Maybe women that you can see yourself having a family with.
When you first
Ooh.
hold on, that's a very good
You won't
point.
be able to detect that though unless you have
Exactly.
experience.
You need experience.
You need experience, bro.
How
How
would
do
you
you
know?
wait? No. How do you need experience? What does that mean?
How would you know what's good for you if you never had it?
The red pill advice is you need 50 bodies to understand women.
I want to open this one up.
Let's go.
Do you think you need to fuck a girl to tell if she's like family material?
No.
We're saying experience-wise.
What does
dating-
experience
No,
mean?
no. Dating, courting, and having that one-on-one experience. Okay, she likes this. She doesn't like this. This is weird. This doesn't work. I can tell from experience what works.
Wait,
now,
what does any of that have to do with fucking
no,
her?
hold on, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Now, adding in sex, you can understand. Okay, once this point has passed, I can see who she really is. 'Cause remember, people put on our front at the very beginning, but when you have sex with somebody, they are more often
All
likely to
right,
show you
that's
who they
one
really are.
death.
That is absolutely not true.
That
How
is-
many stories do you hear of husbands who are like, my wife used to blow me every single day, and then as soon as we got married, all the sex stopped? Or we have dead bedrooms now. We were super active our first year, but that is absolutely not true. Sex can absolutely change after you've gotten married. And you can tell, regardless of experience, you can tell who's a 304 or who's like family material without fucking them first. For you guys, you can probably tell just by looking at their Instagrams. Isn't that what you guys are like professionals at? Is picking out hoes based on their Instagram pictures? You're telling me you have to fuck through like 30 women to find a good, like, how many conservative men, like if we brought in like real conservative men who have strong families, how many of them are like, yeah, I had to fuck 25 bitches when I was in college in order to find the love of my life right now that could take care of my kids. That's a wild statement. If you want to, that's fine. But don't pretend you're doing it for this fucking altruistic purpose of finding a good mom.
But that's can you admit that when you meet somebody for the first time, right? You're trying to see who they really are, the person, and ultimately you're gonna have sex, right?
I mean,
You don't
hopefully.
have to.
But I mean, having sex is like the least important part of seeing what kind of a person they are.
Actually, if you're compatible or not is very important.
But if you're compatible, but in terms of like, would this be a good mom? Is it like, what, if she throws it back doggy, she'd probably take the kids like out to the park every day? Like, what does that even mean? Like, what, like, she doesn't swallow? I don't think she'd feed my kid if I didn't make it home in time? Like, what does that mean?
Okay,
Like,
so-
she shows up to blow me every night, so I know she'll be on time picking my kid up from school.
So-
Like, what is the correlation here?
The whole
What?
package itself, right, is going to include sex. I'm just saying the dating process itself, going through the whole motions, you can see who the person really is. That's all I'm saying.
He said he wants to call in and tell us what he actually meant.
I guess. Here's a novel idea. How about you tell me? Let me call in to tell you what I actually meant.
You know what? Let's do it, bro.
Let's go ahead and bring Rolo Tomasi on. Shout out to Rolo. Shout out to you.
Can you hear me okay?
What up, man?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So let me explain a few things here. I wasn't able to do this the last time you guys were talking about this, but so about gosh, is it now 2 weeks ago? I think it was Tuesday of last week. You guys had Brandon Carter on. Is that with Derek Moneyberg? Or was that
Yes.
Monday?
Monday.
That was
Monday.
Monday. Sorry, let me get my camera back up there. So Monday, you guys were talking to Brandon Carter. One of the things that Brandon was talking about was you got to love money. You got to be on top of your game. And and I love Brandon Carter, by the way. I think he should be a stand-up comedian. I mean, the guy is that funny. He's a great guy, right? But when you guys are on that show and you're talking to him, and he's talking about how he doesn't go to he doesn't go to Publix, doesn't go grocery shopping for himself. He doesn't go do his own laundry. He doesn't have a car. I mean, it's Brickle, right? but he doesn't have like some basic stuff because his philosophy in life is that anything that takes him away from his grind, anything that takes him away from anything that would distract him or that would be financially or mathematically not a pragmatic choice for him to make, as far as like if he's spending time going grocery shopping or going and getting food for himself or whatever else. I'm sure he's not getting a meal prep and everything else, but pretty much everything in his life is outsourced, because anything that he would be spending that time himself to go do, he could be losing money doing that at that time. So when I was listening to this and I was thinking about this myself, because I was actually at the same time, I'm like, helping a friend move and all this. And I'm thinking about this. I'm going, you know what? If you want to be a high value man, if you want to get to that apex level as fast as you can, that's it. How is that not the best way to go about it? Okay. So the point of that whole tweet, which was basically a throwaway tweet that everyone started like snowballing into something else. I've got Ben Shapiro coming at me. I got Matt Walsh coming at me. I got Lauren Chen coming at me. I got all these people off of Daily Wire because it was just easy, low-hanging fruit for these guys because they think that that's what the fucking manosphere is all about. And it's not, okay? That was not fucking advice. Everything that is on Twitter is not advice, okay?
Was that a joke?
No, it was not necessarily a joke, but it's like, let's just say it's a hypothetical, okay? It's showing you. Now, listen, for just 5 seconds, okay? This is no joke here because everything that's come out of both of you guys' mouth has been nothing but distraction and misdirection because it's easy clicks for you. So here's the whole thing. We're not talking about getting vasectomy, or don't be concerned with.
When he's mad, his glasses get uneven on his nose. You see?
Let him finish.
Okay.
I'm really mad about this, bro.
Shall we keep going? Are we just gonna have jokes thrown in here?
Really heated about this.
Is that what I get to? Is that what I get to do it? Okay. So here's the deal. When I'm talking about this, when I'm throwing this out there, why wouldn't you do that? Would you not have been more successful, Sneeko, had you not had to go through certain things? If you had a kid right now,
advice or not?
You would be playing the game with a handicap. You would be playing the game with your fucking hands tied behind your back.
Okay, so
there are guys right now who I have a lot of respect for, and I'm sure you have a lot of respect for as well, who all have kids, but you know what they try to do? Try to keep it under wraps.
Okay,
try to make sure nobody knows about fucking kids. Okay.
What is advice?
So here's okay. First off, this is not advice. Everything that is on my show or is on Twitter is not automatically advice. Now, but here's the thing. You know what you're gonna say because here's the deal. When I was on whatever podcast I was telling this, I was saying exactly the same thing here. Is that everything that comes out of somebody's mouth on Instagram or on Twitter or on a YouTube, there's no way you can't go on there without somebody going, this is what these guys are saying to do. Because if you have this set automatically, that if it comes out of your mouth, it's automatically advice, it can't just be data. It can't just be statistics. It can't be, nothing can be just delivered sort of like, here's some data for you to look at, okay? Nothing can be set, nothing can be given to you without somebody going, well, the reason why you're telling me this is because you're telling me that this is the best way to live my life, okay? So when I'm watching Brendan Carter and I'm watching all this going on, and I'm looking at like guys that I know and guys that you know as well, and when these are the guys who are like saying, you know, be on your game, do this, do that. They're the ones that are giving this advice. All I'm doing is saying, hey, look, maybe you should not focus on family. Maybe you should not get married. I mean, I don't know why that's big.
Maybe advice.
I'm not saying it's advice. What I'm saying is that is this so over the fucking top that everybody wants to take it out of context, which is exactly what you guys have been doing.
So what is it? Can you tell me what that tweet was if it wasn't advice?
It's not advice. What it is it's okay. It's saying that this is the most extreme way to do things. Okay, here's the quickest path to. If I told you this, look, if I said the quickest way for you to make $1 million,
that sounds like advice.
Is to go steal it from the bank or go to steal it. Does that mean I'm telling you to go steal it? If I tell you to go fucking jump off a cliff, are you going to go jump off a cliff?
Right,
I'm also, by the way, here's the other thing is I'm also responding to Dr. Richard Reeves in this as well.
Okay, there's a lot of context about it, sure. But all the rest of the list, you're equating vasectomy to lifting, game, play to your strength, resisting up on easing your focus. The rest of it sounds like general advice.
Okay, well let's say so let me ask you. So is it the vasectomy part that's throwing you off?
Really genuine good advice, right? The rest of it.
Is it the vasectomy part?
Yeah,
the vasectomy part. Do you agree with pretty much everything else except for the vasectomy part?
The first three is weird because then I don't even know what the red pill idea of a high value man is. Is it just being rich? Like, what's the point of having all this money and not having a family? Why be that rich? The guy who's always grinding. Whoa, Brandon Carter doesn't have to do his laundry. Sick. What else are you going to do with your life?
Right. Maybe this is actually meant so that you'll get it. You'll have a freaking epiphany about how all the shit that you have to sacrifice to get to that in the first place. What are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to live the kind of life, let's say like a Brandon Carter is, where you're going to outsource your entire life? Or are you going to actually have kids? Is that something that's a priority for you? Because I will tell you right now that if you follow this if you were to actually follow this list right here, that is the fastest way for you to get to a point where you are more high value. right? But here's the thing. So when I say that, people go, well, that's not what a high value man is. A high value man is what I define it as, which is he's got to have a good, loving, devoted wife. He's got to have 3 or 4 kids or 10 kids, depending on whatever culture you're talking about. All of this stuff that makes up whatever that person who happens to have that is, then that's suddenly the definition of what a high value man is. So what I'm saying this is
That
the best
location
way
is
to become
wild.
a high value man. I'm not saying this is the only way to become a high value man. I'm just saying that this is the fastest way to go and do something like
We've
that.
been talking a lot for 5 minutes. What is your definition of a high value man?
It doesn't matter. That's not what I was talking about in this.
Doesn't matter.
Isn't
I
that
haven't.
what you're talking about? That's what the first part of the tweet is: how to become a high value man.
The fastest way to become a high value man is to recognize the fact that you've got sacrifices to make. Okay.
It's
So
like
what is
grandpa
that?
telling like stories from Vietnam. Like, just say, what is a high value man? It's the first part of the tweet. What does that mean?
You tell me what a high value man is. Because here's the thing: is it doesn't matter.
Man, that
it
is
doesn't matter
such a
what I'm
coke
going to say is a
statement.
high value man. You guys are fucking
Because
idiots.
it's your tweet.
It doesn't matter what I say is a high value man because everybody takes this. The point of the tweet is that everybody is going to take this and then insert their own definition of what a high value man is.
What if a high value
That's
man
the
is
bait.
12 kids when you're 16? Then your tweet doesn't work, does it? What if your definition of a high value man is being getting into a trade and having 5 kids by the time you're 22? Then it also.
Wait,
What if
see,
your definition of a high value man is being an esports professional?
You're absolutely making my point for me right here. Okay, this is what I'm saying.
My point is that high
This
value man,
is-
you gave a list of 8 things. Do these 8 things to become a high value man. Do 1 through 8 to become A. And you're not defining what A
The
is.
fastest way to becoming a high value man is these things.
What is that?
So here's the thing. So if we're talking about family creation, we already talked. Okay, so you want to go? Okay, let's go one by one. You want to go one by one? Okay,
No,
so
I want to go before 1 by 1. What is a high value man?
We can't have an argument if I don't even know
that's
what your
the
definition
point is the very fact that you're even asking this in the first place is the actual point of the fucking tweet. Okay, so if you're going to be a high value man with the fucking hands tied behind your back, then what is that? What does that mean to you? That's the point. This whole discussion is the point of the fucking tweet. Do you guys?
One of the tweet was, you've got some conception of a high value man. Here are 8 points that you think you need to do to get to it. And now you're getting blown the fuck up on the vasectomy thing, which you probably realize is fucking retarded. But you're too old and stubborn to walk back from it. That's the point of this
I'm
conversation.
not too stubborn and walk back from it because the point of it was to get douche nozzles like yourself to have this conversation in the first place.
How old are you, bro? Douche nozzles?
Yes, you guys are idiots. Why you guys come in here from Twitch stream? Like, how you guys are legitimate in all of this? I don't know, because everything I've heard come out of you guys' mouth is just confident ignorance.
I'm
That's
asking.
all I can from this.
No, Myron. Okay, I'm not asking you like in terms of the debate. You call yourself the godfather of the red pill.
I
You
call myself the godfather of the manosphere, okay? Other
Okay.
people have called me that.
Okay, great. That's
Got it?
very
Do you understand?
okay. So as that,
Godfather or grandfather of the man? Which one is it?
whatever it is, the old guy of the manosphere. What is your definition of high value man? This is the #1 talked about topic on all of these shows. So I want to get a clear definition from you. What is it?
You tell again. It depends on the person. It depends on the culture. Depends on the. So here's the thing. Let me tell you. Maybe I can explain this to you, Sneeko, because at least you got your
need
ears
her.
open here. The thing is that when we're talking about what's the top G, what's a high value guy, you probably haven't heard this because you don't read my stuff and you don't watch my shit. But I've also
Yes,
said
where
this
do
is
I find
it
that?
The red pill has to be for everybody, or it's for nobody. So if we're looking at a guy who's draped across a Lamborghini and he's got hot chicks with him, and we say that's what I'm aspiring to, but I'll never make that because I live in a fishing village on the coast of Chile, right? That means I can never match that high apex of a high value guy.
The guy in the car?
But the guy who happens to live in those villages or happens to be in a different culture or in a different country or whatever else, he can still benefit from that because however he's defining himself as a high value man in his fishing village, maybe that's what he can aspire to.
It has nothing to do with Chile and the village and the car.
See, here's the thing: is you guys want me to say, okay, a high value man makes $100,000 a year. He's fucked 50 chicks. He's got that's the
That's
thing.
not what I want you to say. I disagree with that. I'm asking you because I come on
You
this
can
all the
disagree
time.
with it. What I'm saying is the point of the tweet is so you will ask that question.
I'm past the tweet. I'm past that. Look, I'm asking as somebody who's really interested in the red pill. I listen to a lot of this content. I want to know what your definition is, because if you have a definition that's completely off of what I think it is, then I guess I'm not red pill.
Well, here's what I think guys ought to do. Would you like me to give you some prescriptions? Is that what we're trying for here?
No, I want to know your opinion of a high value man. What is it?
I think a high value man is whatever is contextually makes that guy a high value guy in whatever culture that he happens to be in. If that's money, that's money. Right now, that's what we tend to focus on right now. But if I'm going to say that,
value man is a guy that has the things that makes him a high value man.
All right,
That's
let me-
basic.
the things that make you a high value man. Okay, what is that? You know, we've been trying to.
Six,
We're
okay.
never going to define it.
We just kind of because here's the thing. When I read the tweet, I interpreted it right with a higher step. Like he's listing things that if you follow these things right and you actually follow them, you're probably not going to become a right. And to be a high value guy, I would say it's a combination of things. It's obviously having your money on point, having social proof and status, having respect from your peers, having a network of other high value men, right? Which I agree with Kevin Samuels on that. Being fit to a degree. If you have all these things in place, you'll be considered a high value man by most people in most societies, right? If you have these things in place. Now, with that said, to get there, right, you obviously have to focus and get your shit together and make sure that you focus on getting there. What he's saying is all these the list of things that he mentioned, if you follow them, it's going to mitigate your risk of becoming a fuck up and not getting to that point as quickly as possible. And I think that's so important, is that this tweet kind of gets taken out of context. He's saying the quickest way to become a high value man, avoid and do these things because you're limiting distractions. And he's using Brandon Carter as an example where he's in a monogamous relationship with a girl. He outsourced a lot of his things. Why? So he's able to focus on making more money. He's getting rid of obstacles. And I think that tweet demonstrates that.
Yes.
You're getting rid of obstacles so you can become a high value man in the quickest possible way. Now, I know the most controversial one is the vasectomy. Though there's other ways to get the same, I guess, effect from vasectomy. Let's say you use a condom, let's say you pull out, whatever it may be. He's saying, okay, if you get the vasectomy, then we know for a fact you're not going to have children.
Yeah.
It's really no different than having a condom or pulling out or whatever it may be. The point is to not get a girl pregnant. How you want to get there is up to you, whether it's through a vasectomy, using condoms, whatever. But he's making it retard proof. Hey, vasectomy, because I know even if you are the dumbest guy ever, you can't fuck this up.
I don't think a retarded
it's
guy could be a
extreme.
high value guy.
No, when I say retarded, I mean as in stupid. But what I'm saying is that the point I'm trying to make is this list is the foolproof way, if everything is followed, for you to get your status up as quickly as possible in your 20s.
That's not what the list is though, because what you just said was advice, and he said it's clearly not advice. So you're interpreting it.
He said he's joking and he's trying to provoke
joking,
people.
Like half it was just for jokes.
But I'm telling you, I started out telling you guys how I interpreted that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
You're not wrong.
Right here.
You're not wrong.
So that people can interpret it how they want.
Exactly.
To create discussion. That's
And
the point.
it's funny.
That's what he's saying.
He asked a question earlier. So you asked him a question, what is high value? You answered it. It's whatever you determine that to be.
No, that's bullshit. None of you guys believe that. If some guy comes on this show and he weighs 350 pounds and he says, I'm Diamond 1 in League of Legends, that's what I want to do with my life, would you go, well, that's what you really want. You're high value. You wouldn't say that.
No, but once again, it starts in the mind. You're going to say, for example, oh, that's not true, which I agree it's not true. But ultimately, you as a man decide what's high value for you.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Value is probably something that's determined by society. High value means that you have a worth to other people. You're just talking about being comfortable, having high self-esteem.
I agree, but the tweet...
You don't say you agree with me. I just said the total opposite thing
No,
you just said.
I agree. And that point where, for example, people determine you as high value. However, the tweet saying high value could mean, in your sense, whatever that means to you.
No, it doesn't.
What?
That's what he's saying.
No, he's not. He doesn't know because he doesn't have a good definition. Because he knows if he says anything, he's gonna get
You
pinned
sound
down
like
on
the
it.
girls who believe they're a 10 because they describe themselves as a 10 in the mirror.
If you brought in
That's the
some
same
You're
loser
missing the point.
and he's like, I'm high value because I'm a manager at my McDonald's, you probably wouldn't agree that he's high value.
Is that when he says high value, you're going to determine that as a man. What does that mean for you? Success
All
is
right,
a part of it.
I'm gonna
yes, but
use
their
internet
success
for this.
Could be owning a farm or having a business. It doesn't matter. He's saying to get to that point, you need focus. Ultimately, that's what he's saying. Just be focused.
I mean, look, we
Eliminate
make fun of the girls
distractions.
all the time for saying that they're 10 out of 10s. All the time because they say it in their head, I believe I'm a 10 out of 10. No, that's ridiculous because society determines how attractive
where
you are.
did you
Society
lose it?
determines how valuable you are. You can't apply that lot. You can't make fun of the girl, the ugly fat whale who thinks she's a 10 girl boss queen, and then also say a high value man can believe it in his head.
Well, I gave you guys a 10.
You have a good definition.
Yeah,
you talked about some
I
shit,
literally-
being
yeah,
relatively
like-
fit,
yeah.
having a network of people
Yeah.
that are very
Yes,
social.
I have
of
the
course.
gloves.
That sounds like
I do, because here's the thing. For me, I will define it because that will allow you guys to see where I'm coming from when I'm interpreting the
Yeah, we know
information.
where you're coming from,
Yeah.
but we have the tweet out there. He doesn't know
Yeah,
where he's
I
coming
guess-
from.
yeah,
He seems a
Rolo,
little lost right
I
now,
mean,
so we're trying to figure out, what exactly he means. But
I think, again, the tweet, I think that's the important part of the tweet is that it allows people to interpret it how they want, and which is why we're talking about it right now. The tweet did
yeah,
what it was
but
supposed to do. Create a
why would you?
discussion.
I would,
Create a
if I'm
discussion.
giving advice to people, people. I don't want them to interpret it how they want. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point of my message? If I'm telling
I'm not giving advice to people. That's the whole point of this. Do you want? It's like
Okay, hold on,
impossible it's impossible to put anything out there without people interpreting it as follow these steps. Here's your 12 rules for life, and you're gonna live a happy fucking life.
Bring a high value man. That's literally
All
your
right,
tweet.
where
where
is
I do
this
these
frickin'
things.
mirror?
High value. What is the wording of the tweet? Go back to the tweet itself. What is
Back to the wording of the tweet. So here's in that wording of the tweet, what's the last part of that? What's the last one? Resist easing up on your focus. Whatever's like, do you want me to insert what you ought to be doing? You ought to be coding. Is that what I should say? You ought to be becoming a professional athlete. I don't know what your fucking strengths are.
You can simplify and say work hard.
Again, so here's the thing. If I say, you know what, you ought to be an NBA player. And it doesn't matter if that you're 5'9", fucking stay on your focus, and you're going to be the best NBA player you can possibly be.
No, that'd be terrible advice.
That would be absolutely terrible advice because
Really?
this is advice.
All right, so
That's
it's
why.
actually in
Okay?
town.
This is a list that is meant to get so you get an idea of what the fuck it is that you're going to do so that you can become that high value man. Protect yourself. Don't get married. Avoid family creation. That's second. Again, this is over the top shit. Anybody who knows anything about my material, when I throw this out there, they know this is over the top shit.
What
But
else on that
feeds
list?
the fucking fire for douche nozzles like
What else besides the
Ben Shapiro.
I don't want to be a douche nozzle, but what else?
Yeah, besides number 3, what else here is over the top?
Besides vasectomy.
Well, live consistently, okay? Well, what if, like, some people will say, well, that's vanity, right?
Mother, there's no way you agree with that. Saying
Well,
live
actually,
consistent.
hold on. For Rolo, it might be. Okay, to be fair.
I already,
okay?
guys, see, here's the thing.
But you're missing, are you not hearing anything he's saying? Like,
See,
do you need
again-
to blindly agree with him?
No,
Because
no, no.
nothing he's saying is making any sense.
Bro,
It's not making any sense to you because you don't understand the concept of the tweet. That's why.
You can't even
Did
thoroughly
you understand what I? Okay, let me stop here. Did you understand what I was saying about Brandon Carter?
Yeah, he doesn't do his laundry.
No, but he's taken everything to this extreme level. It's like to a lot of
Okay,
guys.
so there
Brandon
is the
Carter's
mirror.
not- Okay, would you agree with me that Brandon Carter is a high value guy?
Sure.
Okay, you know who wouldn't? Ben Shapiro. You know who wouldn't? A lot of other people because they think that they're living out their own high value ideal. Do you understand that?
Context.
Like the 350-pound esports player who's living out his ideal of a high value man.
Yeah, whether or not that's working for him is irrelevant to the tweet. When I say, okay, when I'm talking about Brandon Carter, you say you understand that. He's taking it to like this extreme level.
How is Ben
Just
Shapiro not a high value guy?
Like stay on top of it. Like for Brandon Carter, what do you think Brandon Carter's definition of a high value man is?
Probably the same as mine.
Which is?
Value determined by society. If you have respect from your community, then you are a high value person. If people respect you.
So being pro-social and having people like you and depending on the
I know you don't agree with him because he's Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro's definitely a high value man.
okay, but so let's just say let's say
Agree with that?
He does. He said so.
You don't think Ben Shapiro's a high value man?
let's take for do I think he is? I don't think he's a high value man.
You
But-
got-
Wait,
so
what,
now
what
it
is
doesn't
his
make any sense.
definition? He owns his own business. Is like one of the most successful alt media platforms in the world. He's married.
Right.
His fucking young sweetheart.
Right. You know who else is not a high value guy? Elon Musk. Let's see. Who
Yeah,
else? Jeff
this
Bezos.
is just
All you gotta do is just
ridiculous.
go.
Part of the
All you
game.
have to do is look at the decisions they've made in their personal lives. Okay, how are we going to define that? If I'm going to define that,
You haven't. You're the only one
have
who here
no
who hasn't
idea.
defined it.
Yeah.
because I'm not the one defining it for fucking Jeff Bezos.
Now he might have an argument in regards to Jeff Bezos because of the divorce. He can argue that a high value man doesn't get a divorce because his wife just never wants to leave him. That happened to Elon too. Don't know. Don't really care.
Bezos. I'm not the one defining it for fucking what's his face? Ben Shapiro.
Gail can think she's a 10 as long as that's how she defines beauty to herself.
Well, you guys just defined. You guys. Well, hold on, wait, Sneeko. You just defined Brandon Carter as a high value guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that fits your
and Elon.
definition of a high value guy, but I will tell you right now that that would not fit the same definition that say Ben Shapiro would have for a high value guy because he doesn't have his babies on point. He doesn't have this on point. He's not going to church or synagogue every day, right? So to him, he's not necessarily a high value guy.
I don't
So
think
it's what is
synagogue has to do with high value. That's like
because that's the way that other people would define it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Is
you
that true?
it's not value is not subjective. When we talk about about value,
It's
we're
the
usually
market.
talking about some sort of exchange in a market.
No.
Value is usually what are people willing to do or give
The
for a certain thing.
You
It's
see-
not. It's not
you see-
defined by this.
no, you
if one
see-
man is on an island with no
You're
other
not gonna
people,
get it.
there's no value.
No, this one over your
Right.
head is the idea of being
The
high value.
hell?
No, there is no idea of being high value. And if it was anybody else on the show, you guys would be roasting the fuck out of them for saying that's your
Yeah, you
idea of
would.
being high value. You would be roasted. If any of the girls come here, because you do this to girls all the time, so it goes right. They're like, I think I'm a 10. It's like, why? Because I'm so special and blah, blah, blah.
I
You're
You
like,
say you're not special.
I just gave you Brandon Carter as an example. I just gave you Brandon Carter.
Lucky.
We can use any single example you want. You could be the 500-pound guy who just does esports, or it can be like Brandon Carter or the top G.
Yep.
Any one of those guys. The thing still applies.
All right, look.
Are you
Pretty sure
better
already
off-
been here.
Are you better off without the obstructions? Are you
Yeah, I've
better
been
off
here.
Are you better off without the bag?
Everyone here has kind of a different thing. Like me, I've defined it. This is what I think makes you high value. You might have a different take on it. You might have a different take on it.
Hmm?
I've defined it, and then I took my interpretation off what you said. If you want to get these things, and it makes sense to me, those things that you listed. But I'm seeing here that everyone here kind of has a different interpretation.
wait,
of it.
that's not true. All four of us probably roughly agree on what
No, we
makes you
don't.
high value.
No, we don't.
The three of us probably
Ben
do.
Shapiro said you said you have high value. I don't think he
Having
is.
like some amount of like physical fitness, we all agree that that's decently valuable, correct?
On some level, yeah.
Okay. Having some amount of like social status, so you've got the attention of a lot of people and you're influential. We all agree on that, right?
Mhm.
Having some amount of financial success, right? You have freedom to take care of your family, retire if you want to, even at an early age. We all agree with that, right?
Okay.
And having some level of success with your family and friends, right? We all roughly
right.
agree on that, right?
Okay.
If you have those four things in check, you're probably a high value man.
No, it's more than that. See, here's what he's saying. I can add more to it because for me, in my head, what high value is way more than that. To you, that might be important, but to me, it's not. That's not everything.
What's a key component missing from what I said?
Is a high value guy the guy that marries somebody from a foreign country and brings her over here so she can get citizenship? Because that's your family dynamic. My family dynamic is different than that. Does that make me high value or low value?
Exactly. It's going to depend on the person.
If I'm in a heterosexual marriage for 27 years and not in a polycule or some shit like it's like some people will say you're high value because you do that. People will say, Rolla, you can't be red pill because you're married. You can't be married because you're red pill. Okay. And suddenly I'm blue pill because I am actually in a relationship where it's like close on her end, close on her end, and close on my end. But if I go and I talk to the top G or I talk to somebody who's like in an open relationship, is that guy high value because of that? This is not a judgment call. I'm just saying that the definition is going to be different. Even if you have all those things, even each one of those things that you just mentioned is still it's still subject to the context. I agree with what you said, Destiny. What I'm saying is that from within each one of those attributes, people are going to have something wildly different. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to use that for blog fodder and topics to go and do quick hit videos on because they just want click through rate for something like that.
What would we say about women? If we say, what is a high value woman?
You tell me, man. It's like again, this is the definition.
Bro, this is like your wheelhouse.
bread
This
and
is your
butter.
chance to steamroll.
I don't think you understand why wheelhouse is. Quite honestly, I don't think you do.
Red pill shit. Isn't that what you do?
Your
so you
name
should
is
know
the
like what
rational
a high,
male.
Yeah, a high value woman is.
I don't talk about high value women, dude. In fact, if anything, I say there's no such thing as a quality woman because it's an ideal that guys have in their heads.
There's no such thing as a quality woman.
No such thing as a quality woman because guys have this. The quality
All
woman
right.
is an ideal.
Now I know
which I'm
where
gonna
I
talk
need to
about that
go.
when I get there. But the thing is this is like when you're building a relationship or when you have this idea in your head. You want to know why guys get into so much fucking trouble in their marriages? It's because of that ideal. Because
Like the woman's
every guy who ever got married thought that she was the best fucking thing in the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got married to her. And then until he gets across the divorce table from her, now she's a fucking evil monster.
Best woman ever. You genuinely don't think that there's quality women in the world?
I think that there are women who have different attributes than others that match very well with guys. Sure, there are good clicks, of course. But the thing is like the idea of the quality woman is an ideal that guys have that gets them into a lot of trouble. That's why they're in love with the ideal, not the actual person. That's
There are
why
high value men, but there aren't high value women.
I was saying that I said there aren't high value men and there aren't high value women. Okay, it just depends on who we're talking about.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about, bro.
Within the context.
Nebulous.
I
Like,
get
I
what
don't
he's
even know
saying.
what the fuck we're talking about.
I get what he's saying, but
I
once
feel like I
again,
need to do mushrooms before I come on the show. That's what it feels like, the kind of conversation
We
we're
are
having right now.
No, you know what it is, Destiny, is you don't know what the fuck we're talking about. That's why.
Opinion on any of this, and I'm surprised because you write about this all the time. You wrote a whole book about it. People that really respect it, and I have
And
no
you guys,
idea.
You guys might be confused because I'm the one that says there's no such thing as a high value woman. A woman that's a woman gets her value directly from a man that she gets in a relationship with, because all women have value. but not all men have value.
All women don't have the same value.
Well,
Don't even think about it. You know that's not true. If I give you a woman with 100 bodies and a woman with 0 bodies, if I give you one that's 500 pounds, if I give you one with 5 kids, so
here's
yeah.
my thing. Okay, here's my thing, because I've said this before.
I know men must become and women are. I know you're about to do that speech.
No,
but I'm just saying there are some women that are better than others.
I wasn't going
right?
to say that. Of course, of course. But all women have value to some level, but not all men have value because men have to build their shit up. So what I'm saying is that a high value woman
a
high value woman gets her value from being with a high value man.
I don't even think that's true. All men have value to some
The
extent.
metric of success for a female is being able to get the best man that they can get.
And men can build and do things. In places like China where you're limited to the amount of children, what do? They opt for boys. Because they can go out and work and fucking get jobs and shit and do things around the fucking house or whatever, right?
Yeah, in the fucking 1980s. The one-child policy hasn't been around since the mid-90s, dude.
Sure, but when it was grossly favoring the birth of boys because you could do more with boys than you could with women. Just the idea that like
that was the prescription until now they're facing the consequences of that.
Well, so is Japan. That's a super homogenous.
That's one situation. Like, okay, you're using China, but let's be honest here. Why does it say women and children off the boat first, not men? Women have always had. It's a chivalry thing. But why is that? Because if you have 100 women and one guy, you can still continue society. But if you have 100 men and one woman, we're fucked.
Women are the vulnerable sex, and men are the disposable sex. That's why.
Women have value inherently. So what I'm saying is this: since every woman has value, for a woman to be high value, she's got to be able to lock down a high value guy. There's a reason why women take a man's last name and not the other way around. Women, when they meet each other and hug, the first thing they ask typically is, "Oh, do you have a man? Do you have a relationship? Tell me about your kids, etc." When two men meet, what do? Shake hands. What do you do for a living? Men are judged on creating value. Women are judged on creating children. Typically. Now, are there some women out there that chase success and making money, whatever? Sure, but that is not the main goal of a female. The main goal of a female from a biological sense is to procreate. For a woman to procreate, she's got to be with a man. Typically, they want the best guy. For a man to procreate, he's got to create excess resources to be able to attract that woman. So what we bring to the table is different. And what I would
I don't disagree with any of that, but there are high value women, and there are probably high value men.
I think a woman's only high value if she could lock down a high value guy. That's my take.
Okay, well at least you have a definition for it.
That's my definition on it. Which again, I see all of us here at the table have different opinions, which is great. But that's my take on it. Like with a high value man, a high value woman.
What you want me to say is a woman who has a low body count, who is a girl from the Amish Dutch country in Pennsylvania, who's never known another man, doesn't have any social media. I mean, there's a lot of ways we can go with this, but again, it's those are ideals. Okay,
yeah, the other ideals are important because ideals are what we strive for. An ideal is the whole.
And those ideals are also what lead us astray, which is why this list is fucking useful. That's why.
Lead us astray. Ideals lead you into a better life. That's the whole point of an ideal. It's the best version of yourself. You're never going to be the best version of yourself, but the path to being the best version of yourself.
Every guy who ever thought he found his fucking soulmate, who ended up on the opposite side of the fucking divorce table from her, had a fucking ideal about that woman.
Sure, and every man that dies happily surrounded by his family who had a long...
Oh, yes, I know. The pastoral scene with everybody fought, we're surrounded by his family. You know what? You know that like 90% of the population of the United States doesn't die like that. They actually die in assisted living, and nobody knows about it until the next morning.
Okay, as opposed to you, who was tweeting about dying in his motorbike in an accident. Okay, dude.
You said you wanted to black metal.
That is a fucking fantasy.
Let me hit these chats real fast.
And we got another show coming up.
Yeah, we got another show coming up. I'm gonna go through this real fast. All right, so we got Kid Blue RB goes, Rolo dodging the defining a high value man is like the LGBT dodging what a woman is. Feels like I'm watching Matt Walsh's documentary right now. You're the grandmaster of RP. You out of all people should be able to define what a high value man is.
He can't define high value male, but he could define us as douche nozzles.
All right, let me.
That's pretty funny though.
Microshoot says, Myron, you're my guy, but you're giving Rolo an out. Let him stand on the chair he's standing on so he can continue hanging himself with his food.
I know you really want to defend him because
that sucks.
Here's the thing.
I know you base a lot of the show around that book, but like, bro, he's making absolutely no sense.
Here's the thing. Everyone is interpreting it different. Obviously, I have my take on it. Rolo has his take.
He doesn't have a take, bro.
We all have different takes on
this. He doesn't have a take.
That's still a take.
That's still a take, though.
That's still a take.
Okay.
It is.
If this was some LGBT shit or some woman shit, we would be all laughing and roasting the fight. Rightfully so.
Yes.
If a woman came out and we were like, what makes a woman high value? And she's like, well, if she's in her moment and if she's girl bossing it up as hard as she can, that's a high value woman. Like, we would be roasting.
That's the same argument he's making right now.
What I'm saying. That's not it's apples and oranges. That's the problem with all this shit. Is like you don't even understand the nature of the tweet. That's why.
Because I'm asking you a specific question, you can't answer it. Ask if it's advice. It's not. It's a joke. It's not.
The minute, okay, because the minute, okay, here's the thing. Here's a high value. Let me give you a high value man. A high value man goes and fucks as many chicks as he possibly can, as many women as possible, and he fucking finds one little needle in the haystack, and he wipes up that girl because she happens to have no body count. She's like 100% in love with him, and I can go and rattle off all these extremes, and you know who's going to disagree with me? Every guy in fucking Daily Wire is going to disagree.
Say what you really think. Don't say it ironically. Say what you believe.
What I'm saying
Yeah,
is what I believe here, okay? This is the whole thing. Is the point of
anything here
is that it's your definition of what it is.
You keep saying Ben Shapiro. You said Ben Shapiro's not a high value man. So you must be comparing him to some standard in your head. You said Bezos is not a high value man. You said Elon Musk is not a high value man. So there's some standard in your head. You're comparing these guys.
I mean, I would describe a high value man as someone living according to their own values.
So you would understand this. Again, do I have time to go and enumerate all of that? No, I don't. But if you go and you look at what they're doing, like look, let's just use Elon Musk for a second here.
Let's use Ben Shapiro. That was a good example. Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, we can look at Ben Shapiro. How did he meet his wife? Do you know how he met his wife?
What did they grow
It was arranged, right?
Was it an arranged or family friends? I don't know.
No, basically what Ben Shapiro did was he wore this chick down over the course of God knows like 3 or 4 months, right? He would meet the definition of stalking and being a creeper on the if he wasn't Ben Shapiro, right? If he didn't have his background in who he was.
3 to 4 months. What does that mean?
Basically, he
wore her down is what he did. He's very proud of that fact too.
Okay, hold on, real quick. You seem to have a problem with this. When somebody asks you what is X, and then you go, "Well, it's X," you're not really answering the question. You've done this like 3 times. When you say wore her down over 3 to 4 months, what does that mean? Did they date? Did he see her after school?
What that means is he was persistent. And he just kept wearing her down over the course of time.
Bro, that's ridiculous, man.
I will send you the video.
Okay. Jesus.
All right.
You guys should do viewer call-ins more often. It's cute.
okay.
Yeah, and you should send your OnlyFans girls to come at me to debate me in your proxy next time.
We're asking to debate you right now, and you can't even.
Except next time, please find the girl who actually puts lenses in her glasses. A little weird.
You're so triggered, dude. Are you okay?
Not very rational.
I think.
True. His 6th month will be the emotional male. I think.
Because I would consider Ben Shapiro a high value guy. I would.
Yeah, no, everybody would obviously.
But
wait, you disagree with the Grandmaster?
The Godfather. The great granddaddy of the Red Sox.
Y'all niggas trolling, man.
Would you, Myron? Would you agree with his outlook on women?
With Ben Shapiro's outlook on women?
Yeah. Ben Shapiro has literally come at you for exactly this. For everything that these guys are talking about, he's come at you for exactly the same thing.
Yeah, so
you guys did a full show on this.
No, for sure. I disagree with him on as far as like the female stuff. Good. Like, oh yeah, that like having sexual experience is like bad for you, like he was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I think objectively speaking, from the things that I listed as far as what I think makes a guy high value, he has all those things. Now, he's limited on his knowledge of females for sure, right? Because I think he only got with one girl, and you know she comes from a certain type. She comes from a family, and a certain family. I don't want to say because we're on YouTube, but I think that set her up. Yeah, cha-ching. That set her up to be a girl that would be to his liking. But the point I'm trying to make is I think Ben Shapiro's a high value guy, but I don't agree with his stances on women.
Well, same thing with Steven Crowder right now. You guys were just talking about Crowder not too long ago. Like right up until he got this divorce and all this stuff started coming out and Candace Owens and all that shit.
Guys, but I don't.
Everybody would have said he was a high value guy until now.
I think they're high value guys.
I'm just gonna go on
Ben Shapiro based on what they've accomplished in life, but I don't agree with their standpoints on.
Rolla thinks that if he disagrees with them, then they can't be.
You guys are so, like, go back to fucking Twitch. Just go back to Twitch and start playing games again. You have no fucking point. There's no point for either one of you to be on this fucking show, quite honestly.
Dumbledore has spoken.
Because here's the thing: the traditional conservative beliefs don't necessarily work in today's sexual marketplace when it comes to dealing with women.
No, we agree, but that's the reason he thinks Ben Shapiro's not high value, because he disagreed with you on relationships.
No, what I'm saying is that well, yes, I would actually agree with that, simply because.
Okay, so there's a point.
Does Ben Shapiro, the way his disagreement with you, does that then at least in some way diminish him as a high value man?
No, We can disagree. I disagree with that.
I'm asking Myron. I mean, because it's Myron who says, "Oh, he's a high value guy," but like,
describe that he disagrees with the traditional relationships.
if you're gonna look at money, if you're gonna look at money, muscles, and game, okay. In this case, it's the female aspect of what makes a high value guy, right? If he disagrees with what he's not disagreeing with me, he's disagreeing with Myron.
He just said that he's high value.
He said he's high value, but except for that one part where he's saying, you know what, I disagree with his outlook when it comes to like women and how best to go about like forming relationships or whatever, the sex, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think he's a high value guy.
Forgot
but
I could
disagree
do
with his
this.
notion on how to deal with women.
Well, he's not fucking 50. He's not fucking 50 guy or 50 women.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not. He's against that, which I think is dated. You know what I mean? Again, like I said before, I think a guy could be traditionally conservative, but I'd not agree. I don't necessarily have to agree with someone's viewpoints on how they deal with females for me to see them as high value, because I think he accomplishes all the things that I mentioned on my list of what I think makes a guy high value.
And so what you're doing is you're saying that high value is these accomplishments, correct?
I'm interpreting it. Yeah, that's how I interpret it. Which obviously everyone here at the panel has a different opinion.
I kind of agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Respected, accomplished.
Which is.
We don't really have a different opinion.
I feel like our definition of high value are pretty aligned at the table.
Yeah, with us three, yeah. But I mean, again, we're looking at things differently in general.
Okay.
Because you guys don't agree. I agree with his tweet if you want to become high value in the quickest amount of time.
But you can't agree with it if he doesn't even define it. You can't agree with him if you don't even know what his definition is.
But
does he agree with it? Defined by the way he defines it.
No, but
Honestly, I'm doing quite well for myself for this being the second hardest location.
Thank you. Fresh is the voice of reason.
It's going over your head because you guys are thinking about 1 point vasectomy. That's it.
We weren't even on vasectomy, but that's okay. I think we come to the bottom of this.
It's common sense.
Well, Myron agrees with the tweet that I'm talking about, according to what his definition of a high value guy is. Correct?
Yeah, he knows his definition.
Yeah,
exactly.
High value men are just like people that have high value and are men. I agree. I got it.
All right, I'll hit these other ones. We got here Viking Paradigm, ignoring the context, talking over, interrupting ad hominems, goalpost shifting, claiming it's advice when it's not. It's easy to see who's trying to control their viewers and who's not, and easy to see who lost the debate here.
Hey, you're a douche nozzle. That's a douche nozzle thing to say. That's not very rational of you.
Life, love, value. Women aren't so simple. Leave these RP dudes alone in their zone to stew. Responsibility, intelligence, and discipline.
How the hell I end up there from
talismans of happiness for most people. Enjoy life, grind, and don't glorify.
Hey, I agree. Okay, 100%.
And then what else we got here? We got Mike Rashid. I hope y'all don't let Rolo's weird immigration comment fly by.
Immigration comment.
Immigration?
I wish I got an invite for this discussion.
I wish you got an invite for this discussion.
He should come to the round table next week.
Immigration?
He's not Trump.
We didn't talk about
What am I talking about?
immigration.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. What else? Anything else?
Up to you guys. Question mark.
That's it.
John.
100%. 100%. If I wanted to learn how to become a successful man, I'd go to Rolo before going to Sneeko or Destiny. Two grown-ass men who argue like teenage boys.
All right, so a 55-year-old guy calling us douche nozzles to someone who's like 3 times younger, that's a mature way to argue?
Damn.
If that's your idea, then okay.
Wow. Shots fired.
That's just what happened on the show.
This is a great debation.
Do you have anything to say? Like you called in.
Great debation.
Where can they find y'all?
I mean, they know where to find. We plugged in that.
Go back to Twitch. That's some advice for you. That's some real advice for you guys. You guys have no business fucking being in any of this shit right here. You're not ready to have an adult conversation. Everything is.
I've seen you chatting more than any other name, and the chats I re-chat like whenever I stream, which is when I'm online, and you're in there more than me.
True.
So calling us Twitch, actually I'm banned on there. I'm on Rumble, but yeah, I mean, if you want to pull the online card, then maybe get off the internet a little bit and chatting all day. Douche nozzle.
It's a lot harder when it's not just like 22-year-old women being ganged up on a podcast, huh? I'm sorry, Rolo.
No, I'll be happy to fucking debate you, dude, on any topic you want.
We are right now.
We just did.
No, you're talking about this one fucking tweet is what you're talking about.
Well, we were talking to the godfather of Red Pill trying to...
and speaking of fucking tweets, or excuse me, speaking of fucking super chats, was that not you on whatever podcast the other night?
Yeah, I like to support people I go on to have a podcast.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for at least admitting it.
Those are the only 2 super chats I've sent in my life. If I'm watching content and I want to know if it's Red Pill or not, I just...
Seems like you're watching a lot more than you think you are.
Program I've ever been on. It's insane. You should get a tax credit for like watching me.
Bro, do you have anything to say? Why are you staring like that, man? Okay. I thought you'd have a rap.
It's like, no, you guys. Let's see. Here's the thing: is you guys. First of all, I've thrown out this
player in his car after the show.
First of all, This challenge. If you guys want to come to Vegas, come to Vegas. We'll sit across the table from each other.
No,
and
we're
we'll
gonna
do it.
build up your fucking dog shit podcast. What are you talking about? Come to Miami.
I am coming to Miami.
Next week.
Oh, cool.
He'll be here next week.
You guys are so mean, man.
Yeah,
Look at all
Bro, I didn't even say he
True
what do you
that.
mean what mean? He called us douche nozzles. Oh, it's fine. He's the grand wizard of Red Pill, so I can't go say anything about that. But I'm mean now because I'm calling him irrational for not having any arguments at all. Bro, I know you want to defend him because the book is here on the table, but like, bro, that made no sense.
You guys have not read the book. You guys don't know what the fuck
I'm
you're
not reading your
talking
book,
about.
bro. You can't even define what high value man is. Why would I read a book from a guy who can't have a clear definition?
You read the
No, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm fucking for the last half hour. I've been trying to explain to you this shit to you. You guys have no business being in this fucking sphere to begin with. First of all.
Okay.
Second of all,
Keep it forever until you're 65.
second of all, and the reason why is because you devolve into. You want to know why? Like when we talk, nobody debates anymore. You know why? Because it devolves into this middle school bullshit that both of you are. But you guys are perfect. Yes, you guys should marry each other.
You can't call this childish when you were the one who started insulting. I would just ask you a question and then you said douche nozzle. Now you're gonna go play the maturity card?
Yeah. Now I'm gonna play the maturity card.
That was a middle school argument. All right. I mean, this is not going anywhere.
This was a great debate.
I like
Debation.
Debation.
Well, I mean, it's very obvious that everyone here has different takes, which is great. I think that's good.
I'm not sure what his take is
Oh,
still.
he
Yeah.
throws.
But that's cool. It's different than ours. We know that.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it is what it is. Is there anything else, Chris? Or
Let's see. Nope, we're good.
all right,
All right.
bro, do
Smash
you have
that like
anything
button.
that you want to say before we?
I was gonna say I'll be there next week.
All right, cool. Well, I think
Yeah.
we'll have him on the 15th.
Let's do a boxing match. Just kidding.
All right. Rolo, thanks for coming on, bro.
Thanks, Rolo.
Take it easy, man.
About this, and the reason why I put it in things I like rather than things I hate is I think it does quite well expose the trans agenda. If this were a man claiming that he's in day 365 of girlhood, he would be getting all sorts of ad deals from Maybelline and Tampax and Bud Light. But since he claims that he's a 60-year-old man who's a 6-year-old girl, it's the age that really is upsetting people. It's the age that's troubling, not the fact that this is a dude claiming that he is a female.
Today is my first day of having my living room as my playroom. And my Kodo is
Okay,
here with
yeah.
me, but I
Got a
didn't have
weirdo
any
there.
friends over.
Ready to go back to jail, and I'll hurt anyone on this train.
Well, what is this being quoted from? Because that's also a pretty important quote if that's real, but do you think the I'm ready to die comment meaningfully changes the interaction? I mean, I think it... Hold on, I almost don't want to answer that question, because that question feels retarded to me.
Here's Ben Shapiro responding to Emma.
A good person to accept it. So, for example, there's a woman named Emma Vigilant. She's on the majority report again.
My kid goes on that subway on a daily basis. What if she had epilepsy?
Bro, come on! Does she have an epileptic seizure saying, I'm ready to die, send me back to prison? Like, what are we talking about here, Sam? Oh, come on. This is pearl clutching of the highest order.
And she starts going into, a seizure. Or what if she has an emotional breakdown? She goes into a seizure. Is he okay?
Time for a daily round of triggering. Oh, heads up, I had one girl reached out to me and she said she lived in violent homeless areas her entire life. She's 100 to 130 pound, small white girl, and she'd associated with a lot of homeless people, was never scared ever. She said she never had a single problem. So to be open and honest, I'm putting that experience out there. I also had 3 other women reach out to me and say that they were horrified. I think it was one from New York, and I think it was one from Seattle. I think it was from one from, I think Vancouver. I'd have to go check, but so I did get at least one person say that, I'm sorry, I said 1 to 120. I said 100 to 120 pound girl, or 1 to 130 pound girl. If I said 2, I misspoke. Okay, no, people heard me. Okay, yeah. So just as smattering out the experiences that people message me for. Okay.
Ben Shapiro, apparently Ben Shapiro responding to a video of Emma talking about the killing of Jordan Neely. it's unclear right now. They're starting to look into what charges they're going to pursue of the killer. His name escapes me at the moment.
Daniel Penny.
Penny, this 22-year-old former Marine.
Got him.
It's pretty hard for me to see how this is not manslaughter charge without, getting too technical about the thing. I mean, it's quite clear.
You
the
have
guy
an
did
argument
kill
for
him.
manslaughter.
And as far as we know, from
That's reasonable and true. I'm surprised that they don't instantly drop the manslaughter charge and then the guy has to fight on self-defense or something. That is pretty weird that he didn't get charged with anything once the other guy died.
the testimony that we've heard publicly anyways by the person who took the video, that
Destiny.
Who's that? Oh, hey, what's up? Hello? Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna watch this.
Do me a favor real quick, Destiny.
Oh, what's up?
I need you to go on IG, type in Jadeon _ and bless your stream real quick.
Instagram.com/Jadeon_. Have you ever tried to buy the original Jadeon account?
I'm cooling off that. Everybody know I'm him.
Okay. What is it? The boot picture that I've been seeing you post all over Twitter?
Yeah, click on that one real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, click on that. Scroll through, bless everybody. Yeah, bless. But wait, there's more. What do you think about that, Destiny?
Am I supposed to comment on the boots or the hair paint or the... What do you want me to say? I don't know what I'm...
Destiny, man, you can say whatever you want to say.
I think you're a beautiful young man created in the image of God.
And I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
No problem. I like the sunglasses too. They're cute.
Thank you. I got them for $20 at the kiosk at the mall.
Uh-oh. Nice job.
Oh, man, here. I just want to rizz up your chat real quick. I'm gonna head out
Every
of here.
time we're trying to watch a video, somebody comes in and just starts talking about themselves, and like no one cares. We're just trying to watch a video, okay? Just keep that in mind next time, okay?
Yo, Gojo, listen.
Yeah.
Hop off my. Yo, bitch, already on there. I can't have two people on my once, Gojo. Hop off.
Okay.
Hey, I'ma dip out of here, Destiny.
Okay.
You be safe. Yo, chat. W's in the chat.
I don't think I stand a chance on this.
Nice. Okay. Another woman has messaged me and
Especially
said, I'm
with
a
that
tall woman, but
motherfucker coming
holy
after me.
shit, homeless people are fucking scary. So there you go. There's another one, okay? Adding to the pile of things. Okay, my binder's full of women that are commenting. Okay.
that Jordan Neely did not physically assault anyone in that subway. And
wait, what?
That Jordan Neely did not, as far as we know, from the testimony that we've heard publicly anyways by the person who took the video, that that Jordan Neely did not physically assault anyone in that subway.
Okay.
And that to the extent that he was aggressive and yelling in the subway, the biggest thing he did that inspired this guy coming up behind him and putting him in a lethal chokehold.
That's a little bit loaded, but okay.
It's unclear whether or not this Marine was trained to do a chokehold like that. I imagine they are.
But we know that chokeholds in much less time have killed people.
Well, they're not allowed to be used by the police department anymore because they're lethal.
Eric Garner died in 9 seconds.
And came up behind him.
So, okay, there's so many like weird things being said. There's a lot of things that aren't allowed to be used in police departments, but whether or not they aren't lethal. Well, it's an okay point. I'm being pedantic.
After he threw his sweatshirt on the ground angrily.
Okay. Jordan Neely reports bus through his sweat. Let's find out what did he actually. What's the best story to report on what he actually said?
Jump over him.
There were dozens of people who witnessed the murder of Jordan Neely, but only one freelance journalist, Juan Alberto Vasquez, recorded it and uploaded it to Facebook. By doing so, he inadvertently placed himself at the center of an ongoing debate about what bystanders should do when witnessing a violent confrontation. Where were you headed on the subway? When did you notice first that something was going on? Actually, something really curious happened. Hold on, New York Times would have a good.
Need healing.
I've made that transfer at Lafayette various times, and I know the stairs to the 6 are on one end of the platform, but I get confused about whether I should be on the front or the back of the F train to be closest. So on this occasion, working off the idea that I should be at the front, I moved train cars at every stop to make my way there, but it turns out I was wrong. The stairs... Okay. So then what happened? We stopped at 2nd Avenue, and I saw someone running towards the door. The door was about to close, 5 inches away from closing, when Jordan stuck his hand between them. Can you believe that? The irony. The irony that I'd mistakenly swapped cars, and the irony that if he'd gotten there a single second later, the door would be closed, and he wouldn't have gotten in. But he stopped the door from closing, got on the train, and he stood in the middle of the train car. Okay. He stopped the door from closing, then he got on the train, and then he stood in the middle of the train car, and then he started yelling that he didn't have food and that he didn't have water. From what I understood, he was yelling that he was tired and he didn't care about going to jail. I tried to start filming at that moment, but I didn't because I couldn't see anything. It was too crowded. Then I heard him take off his jacket. He bundled up and threw it on the floor very violently. You could hear the sound of the zipper hitting the floor. At that moment, when he threw the jacket, the people who were sitting around him stood up and moved away. He kept standing there and he kept yelling. In that moment, a man came up behind him and grabbed him by the neck, and I think I didn't see, but I blah, 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 blah. They both fell. Okay. The New York Times. Emma is lying about the Garner situation. Specifically, an autopsy indicated that Garner's death resulted from compression of neck, compression of chest, and prone positioning during physical restraint. Was Eric Garner the guy in the chair that was surrounded by the 6 cops? Oh no, this was something different. It's hard to keep track of them all. This is 2014. Damn. Who's the one selling cigarettes, yeah. What's your opinion on it? Was it a lynching or just an unfortunate accident? I mean, it wasn't a lynching. That's stupid. But, like, was the guy reckless? Like, to the level of manslaughter? I could totally see that.
Healing.
Express condolences. What happened on the F train? Mr. Neely, shortly before that, Mr. Neely had boarded the northbound train at the 2nd Avenue station, said Juan Alberto oh, this is the same guy we were before. Mr. Neely immediately began screaming, causing people who were sitting near him to move away. Mr. Vasquez recalled. Mr. Neely said he was hungry and thirsty and took up his jacket, throwing it down on the ground. I'm tired already, he said, according to Mr. Vasquez. I don't care if I go to jail and get locked up. I'm ready to die. Oof. I feel like hearing somebody say I'm ready to die, that's a pretty spooky. I think that would be pretty spooky.
Okay. At least now have some health.
It's unclear if Mr. Penny said anything to Mr. Neely at that point. Mr. Freckles didn't see what he grabbed Mr. Neely, then he heard a thump and he saw both men on the floor. He said he was ready to die and then he died. Giga Chad. Yeah, I mean, true. But okay.
Garner died in 9 seconds.
And came up behind him after he threw his sweatshirt on the ground angrily and put him in a chokehold. I don't think it was. I mean, who knows what's in the minds of this guy. I don't think it was his intent to kill him, but he did put him in a lethal chokehold.
I don't like the phrasing of like lethal chokehold. Like when it comes to physical things, like anything can be lethal. Like, is it a lethal punch in the face if it happens to kill somebody? Is it a lethal chokehold if it happens to kill somebody? Is it a lethal, like, it's such a weird, it's such a loaded expression. Like, I mean, technically anything can be lethal if you do it hard enough. Like, if I punch you in the chest, is it a lethal punch? Like, if you, I don't know. I feel like it's,
I feel like it's a weird phrase. I don't know. Like, I don't know. But whatever. Did they not mention the "I'm ready to die" comment at all? They probably won't mention that at all here.
Use deadly force.
Use deadly force against this guy. And, you know, once they press charges...
Severely underweight, starving on the street. There were multiple people there involved in subduing him. They could have put him face first on...
Hold on. Is this true? 1 second. I heard this in a video out of Jordan's mouth. The video is out there. Funny, 98% of news outlets aren't covering the "I'll hurt anyone on this train."
I'm not taking no for an answer. I'm ready to go back to jail, and I'll hurt anyone on this train.
Well, what is this being quoted from?
Well, the assumption is that the quote is coming from the incident.
That's because that's also a pretty important quote if that's real, but... Do you think the "I'm ready to die" comment meaningfully changes the interaction? I mean, I think it... Hold on. I almost don't want to answer that question because that question feels retarded to me. If a guy's in an area and he's getting aggressive and then he says, "I'm ready to die." Yeah, I think that escalates things quite a bit. Yeah.
On the ground, had his hands behind his back. There were a lot of other options if he was really trying to subdue him in this situation.
Well, also... You can also...
Oh, now it shows me some fairies.
I wish that because Sam's take here so far is fairly reasonable, but then her take is obviously completely and totally the dumbest take imaginable, right? Because I think Sam said, like, the guy probably wasn't trying to kill him, which is probably true, but now Emma's like, well, there are other things he could have done. It sounds like it almost sounds like she's saying, like, if he wanted to subdue him, he could have done different things, but maybe I'm just negatively loading what she's saying. I don't know.
Put him face first on the ground, had his hands behind his back. There were a lot of other options if he was really trying to subdue him in this situation.
Well, it's the really there. If he was really trying to subdue him... Nah, I stand by my initial reading. Never mind. She's making it sound like the guy just full on wanted to murder the dude.
Oh, also, you can also... just make sure that the guy doesn't assault anybody. I mean, if you have those abilities, that's also what you could do.
I mean, if Neely actually assaulted someone, this wouldn't be a story.
Without a doubt.
I'm being hyper pedantic here, but depending on what was said in the distance, technically he did assault somebody. Assault is not the same as battery. Assault doesn't mean you actually hit somebody. Like if you walk up to somebody, you get in their face, "I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna you up, man. I'm gonna." That's considered assault. Right? Assault doesn't have to have like a physical component to it, or like an actual striking component or hitting or touching somebody. That's like being hyper pedantic. That's probably not how they intend it, but
here is Ben Shapiro responding to Emma.
A good person to accept it. So, for example, there's a woman named Emma Vigeland. She's on the Majority Report, I guess, and she had a clip going viral today.
Pause it. I think he will find it's vigilant.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. No.
Vigilante.
And also, this is a clip. They took this from our show. I guess I was surprised that this caught traction, but it was within like 15 minutes of conversation we had on this topic. And they picked this one part out, and I have my theories on why the post-millennial, I think another account's put it up.
It's being normalized. And again, it makes you a good person to accept it. So, for example, there's a woman named Emma Vigeland. She's on the Majority Report, I guess. And she had a clip going viral today talking about how if you want to feel safe on public transit...
Is it the joke that he doesn't know how to pronounce your last name? Isn't that more kind of like a burn on them than Ben? Because they're like so small that he has no idea who they even are? I mean, like, I don't know.
Transit? This is bourgeois. And you have to suppress those bourgeois feelings. You have to make yourself feel okay about being abused on the public transportation system.
Okay.
I was hit at one point sitting on the subway by a man who was having a mental health episode. He sat next to me and he was elbowing and kind of flailing around and hit me in the face and in my body. And it was jarring, right?
This is so
the idea
cringe.
that I would want him to be hurt in any way. I just didn't want to be near him in that moment because I understood something was going on here. But like my fear is not the primary object of like what we should be focusing on right now. It's the fact that this person is in pain. And so like the politics of dehumanization, privileges, the bourgeois kind of concern of people's like immediate discomfort in
the bourgeois concern of just wanting to ride the subway without a guy like scaring the shit out of you. Like, bro, it's such a stupid thing to say. So stupid.
This narrow instance, as opposed to larger humanity and life. It's really freaking twisted.
Being beat up, being physically abused, is now being part of the larger spectrum of humanity. Isn't that wonderful?
Pause.
You are expecting.
Now, first off, the I mean, I don't want to speak for you on this, obviously, but clearly what you're setting up there is the way that everybody's talking about. We need to be able to feel safe on the subway.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the we?
Yeah.
Because if you can be summarily executed because A, you have a criminal record that nobody knows about, or B, you're having a mental episode and an emotional episode and you're just making other people feel uncomfortable. No one was hit.
I mean... like, I think that most people would probably expect if I go on a plane and I start shouting, I'm ready to die. I mean, like, yeah, you shouldn't be executed, of course, but like...
As far as we know from every public statement by anybody at this point, even the statement by the killer, the lawyer put out, does not claim that Neely was physically assaulting anybody. He was aggressively threatening, although it's also unclear that he was actually threatening anybody. He was just acting in a way that was scary.
And that was the point I was making, which is that we as New Yorkers, the larger context was like, we've all had these kinds of interactions on the subway where...
Do you understand how sad that sounds? Like, you're kind of like making the conservative argument that when you say shit like, oh yeah, like if you're a New Yorker, like we just deal with like crazy people all the time and we like have to have this as part of our daily experience. But like, that's okay. They're unhoused neighbors. Like, there's probably a lot of people that probably don't like that idea, where that probably feels like kind of shitty.
Where someone is having a sort of episode and... I believe I gave an example of someone having an episode sitting next to me where I was physically hit briefly, and I moved away from that person. That made me uncomfortable. The context that Ben cut out there was that I don't believe that person should be executed for what happened there.
They played it.
Don't think it's necessary.
Would you say she is smart like Sneaky, for example? Do you mean like Sneeko or Lav for the Emma girl? No, I don't even think she's. Even in the Destiny sense, I don't think she's very smart now.
Really controversial.
We don't even need that context in there. Like it's quite clear. Like even the way that they cut that, it still makes the point that when we say we deserve a safe subway, who is the we?
There's the paying customers that pay to ride the subway and don't want to be assaulted or scared or screamed at or feel like they're being threatened by other passengers.
Saying it's the guy who killed the guy, not the guy who died.
Right, like when Ben Shapiro says you have to be, when he's like mimicking you saying you have to be a good person to accept it. No, Ben Shapiro saying we have to be the good people to accept that certain people are going to use vigilante violence and take somebody's life on the subway.
Right.
Where's it? Like my kid goes on that subway on a daily basis. What if she had epilepsy?
Bro, come on.
That is such a bad comparison.
Does she have an epileptic seizure saying, I'm ready to die, send me back to prison? Like, what are we talking about here, Sam? Oh, come on. This is pearl clutching of the highest order.
And she starts going into, a seizure. Or what if she has an emotional breakdown? She goes into a seizure. Is he okay with a Marine coming up, putting a chokehold around my kid?
Yeah.
No one is going to put a chokehold on someone having a seizure.
Well, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is.
But we aren't the side, like this side that we're the ones that want to accept this. No, like Emma wants major political economy changes that deal with so less of this happens. They want to defend the status quo that continues to break people like this to the point where they act out in public spaces.
And then the response
what happens.
Of people summarily executing them.
So when they talk about we just want to be safe on the subway, the reason
how old are Sam's kids? Aren't his kids grown? This would be the question I would have as a parent is let's make this let's do this another way. Would you be comfortable with your kid who is, we'll say 12 or 13 years old, riding a subway where there's a homeless guy in front of him screaming, "I'm ready to die." How would he feel about that? Would he want everybody on the subway to just chill and watch? Would he want his kid to just understand that the unhoused neighbor is just having a tiny little episode and they'll be fine? Like, I wonder what the feeling would be like there. Why do these people always have to point out he's a Marine? Well, because obviously they fucking hate military people, right?
Yep.
Use the framing that I did is because there was one person who was very unsafe during that ride, and that person was Jordan Neely because he was killed. And it's who's the we in this situation, to kind of reiterate Sam's point.
People minding their own business. That's the
transit
we.
Systems to be free of undesirables, and that means if you're poor, if you're black, if you're homeless, and if you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to have to see that. But I am in favor of constructing a society where we would hopefully limit those things, guaranteeing housing.
Okay. Wait, hold on. I'm listening to something real quick. 1 second. So Destiny's taking the side of the killer. No surprise.
No, the
How do I have,
instant
like, the
that
most
guy is
retarded,
screaming
like,
at
right-wing
people,
that are in my audience
he
now, and
has
also
made
those
his
retarded, like,
presence
left-wing
their
progressive
business.
people. You guys have to
So
figure
if
some
someone
shit out.
wants
Like, I
to
only
deal
fight
with
against
his
one group of you
presence,
at a
they're
time.
still dealing with their
Holy
own
shit.
business.
Destiny's being purposefully obtuse here. I think that's obvious. I'm just banning you both. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Bye. Okay, I can only handle like one side of retarded people at a time. Okay, like either the retarded red pill conservative people, I can't deal with like the commie dipshits at the same time. So like one at a time, guys. Okay, come back in a year or something. Jesus Christ.
Wonder how he'll handle a conservative.
The video shows
well,
3
that
straw
would be
hangers
Haas.
subduing the 30-year-old man after witness Juan Alberto Vasquez says he got on the northbound F train and began acting aggressively, threatening riders. Law enforcement sources with knowledge of the case confirm his account, saying according to a witness, the man began shouting, quote, "I want food. I'm not taking no for an answer. I'm ready to go back to jail, and I'll hurt anyone on this train."
The man got on the subway car and began to say a somewhat aggressive speech, saying that he was hungry, he was thirsty, and he didn't care about anything. He didn't care about going to jail, that he didn't care that he gets a big life sentence, and it doesn't matter if he died.
Vasquez says he was scared and believes others on the train were too. That's when he says a 24-year-old rider came up behind the man and put him in a chokehold, holding him there on the ground. 2 other men standing over them also helped subdue the man.
If there was fear, the people who were bluish or who were there, where he separated everything, moved from their place. I stayed sitting in my place because it was a little further away. But obviously those moments, well, one thinks fear, one thinks he may be armed.
He says that chokehold lasted about 15 minutes.
I don't know why I turned this off. That part's insane. Jesus.
Creating a national socialized healthcare system so people can have access to the medication that they need in mental health care treatments. That's what would create a more equitable society. What conservatives want is for people to be able to get away with essentially eliminating the undesirables.
Like, this is such like a bad faith summary of like both positions. Like, well, the left just wants to create the best and fairest society for everybody, and the right just wants to murder homeless people. Like, come on, dude, really? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, did she really go to school here? Hard to overstate how many of these DNC left liberal media types like this grew up very rich. The people from the richest families whom I've met were ones who I met in left liberal media outlets. Unlike Taylor Lorenz, Emma didn't go to a Swiss boarding school, just this. Did she go to Kent Place School? Grades 1 through 5, $40,000 a year tuition? This must be some New York City shit. This must be some fucking Brooklyn shit, huh? Kent Place School. Where is this at? Oh, this is even in New Jersey. Holy shit, $40,000 a year tuition for motherfucking grade school? For a 10-year-old? For grades 1 through 5? Imagine spending $40,000 a year to educate a kid that might still piss his pants. Holy shit. Did she actually go to this school? Or is this like a... Oh no, she doesn't have a Wikipedia page? She attended Kent Place School in Union County, New Jersey. Then she graduated from Lafayette College with a bachelor's degree.
Where the hell is this
in government and law
upgrade?
She wrote her thesis on campaign finance reform in the United States. Of course she did. She wrote her thesis on Citizens United. Bro, kill me. Did she? Do you really? That's insane. That level of wealth. Jesus Christ. You're spending over almost $1 million to get your kid through f***ing high school. That's so wild.
Oh, here it is.
My God.
That's not what I was looking for.
This is like more expensive than like some private colleges with like tuition and board.
So that's
like
what the doll
actually
is.
Insane.
Where's the first doll?
She's just like us, guys.
And opening the can of worms of vigilantism. And the big problem in this city is that we're hitting a fever pitch for this kind of sentiment, where our urban spaces are not there for people to live in anymore. No. Manhattan, that's a playground for bridge and tunnelers, and for people to come in and see a show and not have to see these undesirables. We know this guy, the killer, was from Long Island. This is very much the sentiment of a lot of people that live outside of the city.
That's doll 2.
What is she
Why the
talking
hell?
about?
And
Is it
they
doll
want it to be
2?
a squeaky clean playground for people to go see the Knicks, go see a Broadway play, and then be able to leave and not feel bad about themselves at all. But that creates an urban center that is unlivable for people, and it only speaks to real estate interests,
why is
luxury
that
condo
doll 2 when
developers,
this is doll
restaurant
1?
associations. The problem is that the city's become unlivable.
And let's be clear. When any of these right-wingers talk about, like...
Is this like her personal experience, like being from New Jersey? Is this how she treated New York City, basically?
This is anti-working class. First off, the working class in the city have the greatest threat of ending up like this guy who's killed. Ending up falling through.
Dude, a homeless guy isn't
not being
working
able to
class
afford,
ever.
Housing, getting kicked out. They have more opportunity.
This wasn't a working class issue. If you want to say this was a mental health or homeless issue, that's fine. But this isn't a working class problem. I don't think most working class people are going to end up screaming at people on subway saying they're ready to go to jail and die. This is not a working class thing. This is like a mental health homeless issue problem.
To be, impacted by
Dang, those came
vigilante
out
justice than anything else. I mean, the idea that there could be any justification and the attempt to bring up his record. That guy was it.
Well, can we just see what he said in response to me, though, quickly, Ben? I haven't even seen this clip yet. What does Ben say, though, in response to me?
Being beat up, being physically abused is now being part of the larger spectrum of humanity. Isn't that wonderful? You are expected by the hard left to now undergo being abused on the public transit system in order to create a more diverse and wonderful
It's not
society.
behind the boulder, it was in a hidden spot
how can
next
you,
to the
Sam,
boulder.
how can you say that when you're sitting next to a woman who grades 1 through 4 tuition are probably more than 90% of people have ever spent on college in their entire U.S. lives? Like, come on, Sam. Can you really say that with the 48,000 a year 8th grade tuition lady from New Jersey sitting right next to you? Not to say that Benny Boy's background isn't wealthy either. Pretty sure he went and graduated cum laude from Harvard. But like, seriously, come on.
There it is.
In order to create a more diverse
All right,
and
now
wonderful
I'm
society.
satisfied.
Transit system in his life.
Exactly. I mean, good luck with this pitch, guys. Seriously, good luck to you in all your future endeavors. Because let me tell you something that nobody likes. Right, left, center. being yelled at, beat up, assaulted on the subway system. Nobody likes that crap.
People love being choked out, though. People love being asphyxiated.
I'm sorry. And watching that on the subway too, witnessing somebody get choked out on the subway. Yeah, people sure like that, I imagine.
He combines yelled at with being assaulted, and I thought this was the whole.
Being yelled at is being assaulted.
Languages and violence crew.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the point here, right? And I'm not making this as like a political pitch. I'm just making it from a humanity pitch. I'm actually concerned that a majority of people are not on my side on this.
Well, I don't know that that's even the case.
But that was not the
Just
context
so you
of the
know,
conversation there. And honestly, here I'm just.
I would like a chance to yell in her face and inform her that
one
was
shots my
assault.
heroes. What? What is
Even
the
though
range
it
on
would
that
screw
ability?
me over.
What triggers them about not Sam saying this, not Matt saying this, not
They
other
cut my
people
bits
saying
out.
this, right? They cut you out, I think. They literally, no, it's something about me specifically. It's that I'm a woman. It's that I'm a white woman. It's that
You don't want to be a victim.
I don't.
Oh my
I'm not the
God.
damsel. I told the story, and I said I would rather that man. I moved away from him. I was momentarily scared, but it was because I wanted to preach compassion in these situations for someone that actually takes New York City Transit in this. In this, these right wingers. Their anti-homeless vigilantism desires are all based in like, I'm going to be the hero with the gun that's going to come in and be the white knight. And
I'm pretty sure
they are.
I'm pretty sure people just want to be able to ride public transit in the United States without feeling that they're going to be in a life or death situation. That's probably a reasonable ask by people. I think that's an okay thing to want.
Been sold like this cowboy fantasy of how to exert their masculinity in society. That
Oh god, and now we've got this whole cringe framing.
me saying I don't want any of that shit, that triggers them because I'm puncturing that
What's their
fantasy.
purpose?
Your purpose is there to protect me, to protect women like me, and I'm saying that I don't want that. In fact, I think what you guys are doing.
Oh, I don't want
is
to protect
the real
you.
danger.
I would
You're the people
be
that
happy
I
to sit back
need
and just
the
let
rest
you
of us
get
need protection
destroyed.
from, not the other way around.
Why is she even pretend? And I also hate this too. This bougie woman is like, oh, I'm really close to being that working class guy that could be choked out on the bus. Or Sam being like, what if my daughter has epilepsy? Like, come the fuck on. Seriously?
You're the ones harming society, and that's why that clip made the rounds. Because nothing I said there was objectionable in any way.
Well, I mean, it's the exact same reason why Janine Garofalo was the only person allowed to go on television and was invited on a daily basis onto Fox News 20 years ago to argue against the Iraq War, is because their ratings with their sort of old and misogynist fan base is enhanced by watching women who are, getting uppity in any fashion whatsoever, saying something like getting attacked. That is the, as far as I know, like one of the oldest playbooks that they have. And of course, you can see it. That's exactly why they'll do. That's why, all the right wingers from the libertarian right, Glenn Greenwald's to the yes, and that whole crew and Shapiro. Glenn Greenwald talking about like making a class argument. The dude lives in a multi-millionaire chalet.
Where does she come from?
I should have protested more when I was 12 and my mom said, you're acting up a little. We're sending you to this. I should have been.
Well, is his argument that his kids in the future can't make any statements about the murder of somebody because he's sending them to private school?
Well, hold on. That is a perfectly reasonable stance for a parent to take, to tell your kid, hey, you don't have some experiences, so you should shut the fuck up about other people's experiences if you don't know. That's actually an incredibly reasonable take. I feel like we've watched a million sitcoms where wealthy fathers have to tell their kids, like, hey, other kids might have different experiences than you. Don't judge them on it, or don't speak for them, or don't whatever. Like, yeah, that is a totally reasonable thing to say. If Glenn Greenwald sends his kids to fucking insanely expensive private schools and he tells his kids, listen, Don't comment on the experience of poor people writing or doing crazy shit or whatever because you don't know. That's a totally reasonable thing to say to a child.
Oh, give me a break.
It's very funny watching people like Glenn get mad that Emma is a class traitor.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what they can't say.
All these elites that don't want us to kill the homeless people.
Exactly.
And it's not something I've ever hid. It's
When was the
something
last
I've been
time Glenn
so...
Greenwald was on the subway?
Yeah, I mean,
give me a break.
I'm at least disclosing that, and I've even said, like, Glenn, you want to put our pay stubs next to each other? Gladly. I would love
to see, like, put your pay stub up.
Where is Glenn Greenwald? We DM'd Once Upon a Blue Moon. I'd be curious about, you can do pay stubs and then you should do family wealth. That's what I'm interested in. Because like the fact that her pay stub right now, she doesn't get paid anything because her family has like a net worth that's in like the 8 to 9 figure range doesn't mean much, right? Show me the total wealth of the families.
Against his assistant.
Also,
yeah, right.
Also, if you guys want to go to Matt's.
Oh, Glenn's husband died today? Damn, that sucks.
Matt's Twitter feed and check out when Glenn was running for mayor at 18 and
running for city council.
City council at 18 in Florida and what he was focused on, what his campaign planks were.
Do we have more of this?
Yeah, we can just play.
Yeah.
Well, society. I mean, good luck with this pitch, guys. Seriously, good luck to you in all your future endeavors. Because let me tell you something that nobody likes. Right, left, center. Being yelled at, beat up, assaulted on the subway system. Nobody likes that crap. Nobody's into it.
That was good.
So if this is the new idea, is that to be tolerant, diverse, and humane, you have to allow yourself to be abused by schizophrenic homeless people and drug addicts, then I wish you all the best.
It's so true. Like this is free political advice from Ben. Like this is just a dying hill. Nobody wants to deal with this on public transit. Nobody wants to see their cities, bro. How many? What was a mini doc that we watched the news? I think it was like a local news thing on like homeless problem in Seattle and shit. Literally nobody likes this. Nobody likes this. The only people that say they like it are wealthy liberals that live in gated communities that don't live anywhere near these problems. Just nobody likes this.
There's a reason people call it Freeaddle. Free tents, free drugs, free money, free medical care, free rain. What began as a sympathetic and...
Like you said, it's not as bad, but
Jesus.
It's because they know where to hide now, and especially during the winter. Where they've moved is to the parks. So this is that's a big problem. In all these like really nice, well-to-do neighborhoods in Seattle, that's where they are, and it's because they're very upset. So I will give this to the Seattle homeless. They're making a statement. They're moving into the neighborhoods. They're moving into the parks to say, "F you. We are tired of this. You treat us like shit. You don't care about us." So they're just
Denver. Yeah, I've never heard it called Freeaddle before, but that shit cray. The "I will hurt everyone" in this train quote from the NBC video was removed from the print story because they couldn't find a source for it. Okay, that's what I thought, because the fact that there was only one publication reporting that makes it sound like somebody said this, but there wasn't like a good source for it. That's what I figured. Wait, some homeless tents in LA have showers, electricity, air conditioners? Wait, what?
During this pandemic,
No
LA's
shot.
streets of shame have gone wildly unchecked. We've seen some homeless tents popping up with electricity, running water, some even big enough to block entire sidewalks. The I-Team's Joel Grover shows us tonight these increasingly large tents can come with a host of public health and safety problems.
Pretty soon, the homeless in LA are going to be Airbnb-ing their shit out.
Wait a minute, check it out. City sanitation workers invited the I-Team to look inside this double-wide tent that had its own working shower, a kitchen with a grill and a range hood, air conditioning, even a doorbell. The tent had electricity because it was illegally tapping into a nearby streetlight.
Jesus.
When did these stop being our sidewalks? When did they stop being the public sidewalks?
When the pandemic began, the city decided not to touch most homeless tents to try and prevent the spread of the virus. So tents have been getting bigger and bigger, like this one under the 101 freeway in Hollywood with its own slide. Nearby, we saw a tent with walls and a roof.
Hold up, was that guy homeless?
With its own slide.
No shot is this a homeless dude. I'm not buying it. This must be somebody that went by like for fun and like did a f***ing video.
Nearby, we saw a tent with walls and a roof made of mattresses. In Venice, one tent had its own wading pool, another tent had its own tiki bar, and we found no...
Wait, what is going on? Bro, what have they been doing since I've been gone?
No shortage of tents illegally tapping into city fire hydrants for water and into city streetlights for electricity.
They are doing things that are obviously against the law and dangerous. No one is inspecting. No one's checking.
This is advanced homelessness.
McMansion tents
I know,
have
right?
Flammable materials in
McMansion tents, Jesus.
No one's checking.
Some of these McMansion tents have flammable materials inside, and when they go up in flames, like this tent under the 405 at Venice Boulevard, entire neighborhoods are put in danger. But the big tents create other problems too. This encampment made it hard for city workers to access the DWP meter. The landlord says DWP employees refuse to go.
Okay, hold on. Real quick.
Right.
If you are a good TikTok clipper person and want to work as a TikTok clipper person, here, email Farha is looking for somebody to do clips and shit for her TikTok. Okay, here you go. I'm putting her email in YouTube chat and in DG chat. I don't know how much she's paying, but you simp fucks will probably do it for free because you think she'll date you. So there you go. Farha is looking for a clipper. There you go.
I believe the word you're looking for is simp.
Okay, another woman opinion for your binder. I ride the New York City subway daily, and I was in San Francisco for a few years. I'm not super fazed by crazy homeless people, except when waiting for the subway. That can be terrifying. Okay, there's another one for
That
you.
one was just wild.
Go near the tents to read the meter and threaten to turn off the building's power.
They wanted my tenant to go do it for them.
Lisa Rich owns that building, which has been surrounded by a growing encampment that has caught fire, endangering the homeless as well as other people working inside the building.
It's very depressing. It's horrific.
And some tents are now so big they not only block the sidewalks, but spill into the streets.
I think of the wheelchair-bound individual who does not have access to our sidewalks because it's blocked by tents.
Under federal law, there has to be at least 36 inches between tents and the beginning of the street so wheelchairs can use the sidewalk.
I don't even fuck the federal law for wheelchairs, no offense, but like, isn't it illegal, like a zoning issue or something, to set up a semi-permanent encampment? You can't like live in public spaces, can you? Isn't that it's got to be against some code somewhere. That's got to be illegal somewhere to just like I'm living here now in this public space. That can't be legal.
But as you can see, there.
Who joined?
Hey Destiny, how's it going?
Hi, what's up?
I am curious what your thoughts are on. So I'm watching this Jordan Neely coverage from your stream, and what are your thoughts on the scenario so far? Like, who's at fault? You know, should there be charges? You know, stuff like.
I mean, I feel like the Marine guy was probably justified in taking the dude down. I think it's fine, but I like some kind of manslaughter for actually killing the guy is probably also fine. Yeah, that's like probably roughly where I'm at, I think.
So it sounds like your big problem is just with like people like Emma and the Majority Report saying, I mean, essentially putting no fault at all on the person with the mental
I think
illness.
one thing that sucks, and it's hard because a lot of these situations are going to be communicated like very with a lot of like, I don't want to say with nuance because people always say that when they don't want to say anything, but there's a lot of nuance to communication. Let me give you two examples. If this guy was like in the middle of the train and he's like, I want to die, I'm ready to go to jail, I'm fucking hungry, all this bullshit, and he like takes his coat off and he throws it on the ground, that's one thing. But if the guy's like screaming in front of a woman, he's like, I want to die, I'm hungry, I'm ready to go to jail, I'm ready to die, and he like throws his coat on the ground, I could see somebody like, oh shit, this dude's about to like get lit, you know? Without like seeing that actual interaction, it's hard to say, but based on what everybody said, and the fact that this guy has a record of what, like 42 arrests or whatever, like he was probably moving in a manner where other people reasonably felt threatened. So I think that somebody preemptively stepping in to handle that, I think is probably okay, but like probably not carte blanche to kill the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. I wonder the implications of the idea of like, if you feel threatened, you can restrain a person. You know, I'm reminded of a video I saw recently of, yeah, of course it's a much more unreasonable circumstance, but I think the general rule applies where there was this kid walking through this really nice suburban like styled neighborhood, and he was just walking with a backpack. Like there was no clear indicator that he was a danger, but like this entire neighborhood, like not the entire neighborhood, but like 10 or 12 people from this neighborhood like encircled him and called the police and held him at gunpoint, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And basically because they said they felt threatened, they thought like, oh, you're probably carrying guns in our neighborhood, or you're up to something fishy. And it's like they kidnapped this kid, you know? Like what the you know? And so I'm just wondering if like it makes more sense to say, yeah, if you feel threatened in that way, you have the right to restrain a person or kidnap a person.
I mean, like, I understand that story, and that story sounds crazy, but that doesn't sound at all comparable to the subway thing. But I mean, I understand.
Well, it's the same. It's like a similar principle. It's just like if you feel threatened,
yeah, but
you know,
I mean, like,
do you
if
have
you
a right
feel
to
threatened, like that can be. There's a large spectrum in there of reasonable to unreasonable, right? Like if you see a black person and you pull out a gun and shoot him because you feel threatened, that's probably not okay. If a person is in front of you saying like, I'm ready to die, I'm gonna f you up, it probably is okay to feel threatened, right? So we probably have to establish some reasonability for feeling threatened, right?
That's right. Yeah, I guess the question is like, how
I'm
proactive
just gonna play this
does a
no
person?
guide.
How proactive can a person be if they feel threatened?
I mean, arguably,
And-
from a legal definition, the guy could have already engaged in assault, like it's possible, right? And we would all agree that some level of proaction is probably okay given a certain situation, right? I think we would all agree with that. That like if the guy is like holding his fist up, going up and down the thing, like saying, "I'm looking for a woman to beat on here." If somebody walked up and restrained the guy, I think everybody is like, "Okay, this level of proaction is probably fine," right? So I don't think we're necessarily against proaction.
Oh, can I kill
we
these
need
now?
to feel like there's a proper justification for it.
Well, yeah, and so it sounds like you agree that you already said the guy should probably go to jail for killing this guy, right? So
I don't know. Hold on, I didn't say she should go to jail. I said maybe some sort of manslaughter charge. Manslaughter there's a wide variety of manslaughter charges, but
wait, am I correct? I thought you can get found guilty of manslaughter and not go to jail.
I could be wrong, but I think you can get found guilty of manslaughter and have like community service. I think there's a huge.
Wait, what? Is that true? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Is it not? Because like manslaughter could be like you're speeding, you get into an accident, you hit somebody, you kill somebody, and you're not necessarily go to jail for it. I'm pretty sure. Minimum range of sentencing manslaughter.
I didn't know that.
In federal court, involuntary manslaughter charge is 1 to 6 years. That's for federal, but I'm pretty sure manslaughter is generally going to be a state charge. But yeah, because involuntary manslaughter, typically, yeah, it depends on the type of manslaughter. Because involuntary manslaughter can mean like, yeah, it can mean a whole bunch of different things. Like you might lose control of your car, hit and kill somebody or whatever because it's raining, and theoretically, I think get like an involuntary manslaughter charge that isn't as serious. But also involuntary manslaughter you could get jail as well. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
No, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's interesting. I thought if you got found guilty of manslaughter, it was always, not necessarily a huge prison sentence, but always a little something, a year or something like that, right?
Sure.
That's really surprising. But, well, I mean, yeah, I guess fundamentally though, just the idea that this guy definitely fucked up and the response was disproportionate. I'm more interested in like the time of. It seems like the time of the chokehold is at issue. Like I think his lawyers came out and said it was only a few minutes, but then there's multiple witnesses that said it was definitely like 10-15 minutes this guy was holding a choke on
yeah,
this
like
person.
the 15 minutes is insane, but like the 1 to 2 minutes I see in the video doesn't seem as insane. But so yeah, the exact time of everything is going to be pretty important for sure. Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Obviously, I mean, how do I put this? Like, in general, a chokehold, I don't think is generally recommended as a form of restraining someone. I think oftentimes when think of chokeholds for self-defense, it's like choke the person out and then get the fuck out of there, right? The issue here is that the guy was being restrained, I think, by 2 to 3 other people at the time that the person on Neely's back was applying the choke. And so I just, rationally doesn't make as much sense. I know a lot of people, I've heard a lot of people say like, well, it's easy from outside eyes to hyper rationally analyze a situation. It's like, yeah, but that's the job of third party observers and stuff. Like, people do go to jail for acting irrationally and leading to poor outcomes, right? And so, yeah, it's just hard to say, but I don't know. It sounds like you agree that.
Yeah, I mean, depending
this guy
on
definitely messed up.
Yeah, like chokehold is probably not your go-to or whatever. Like, there's other ways to restrain people, especially with a ton of other people there. I don't know why he felt the need to do that. That'd be an argument I guess he needs to make in court. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's an awkward situation. I guess generally, like, principally, right? Like, I assume you've had a decent experience on a decent amount of experience on public transit. If somebody was having
not to be clear,
a mental health episode,
not too much. I don't have that much experience on public transit. I've traveled a ton and taken a lot of public transit around the world, but not like on a day-to-day commuter basis. To be clear, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, also, yeah. To be fair, also public transit in like European countries is probably significantly a better experience than public transit in America.
Yeah.
Walking on the street in European countries is a better experience than walking on the street in America, right? So
in general,
and so. In general, though, my experience in American sort of public transport is just that it really isn't totally unusual to have a guy who's kind of wigging out, let's say, on public transit. And my reaction to that has normally been just to avoid that situation, right? It's typically never been to confront that situation. Now, to be fair, I've never been faced with like such a threatening circumstance, like somebody saying, I'm ready to die tonight, fuck you, like whatever. I'm surprised there's no videos of this happening. There's only a few. Like, I would have figured in scenarios like this, there's always going to have like 10 people recording with their cell phones. But yeah, in general, though, what would you say, like, if somebody's having a mental health episode like this, like, what would the ideal response be from the people in the train, car, or in the bus, or whatever it is?
I mean, it super depends on how threatening the person appears to be, right? Like mental health is mental health, but it's ultimately not your responsibility for somebody else's mental health. If you feel like they're putting you in danger, it doesn't really matter if they're having an episode or not. Like, I think you have a right to defend yourself if you feel like you're going to be in danger, but that's obviously going to be discretionary and hopefully appropriately figured out at the time. What am I hearing right now? Oh, I think it's your mic, but yeah.
My mic? God, what's up
Don't
with
worry
my
about
mic?
it.
Is it
I don't
having
know.
trouble again?
What do you have the cringe mic with the cringe interface, don't you?
I do. I've got the red box.
Yeah, the red box and the black mic.
SMB. There you go.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. No, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It's a tough circumstance. Obviously, if somebody's mentally ill and they put hands on you, it's pretty much just like any regular self-defense situation at that point. But dealing with like mentally ill people on the street. I mean, this is one of the arguments of people saying you shouldn't call the cops on like mentally ill people. You should just send social workers instead, because it might lead to sort of unnecessary violence in that circumstance, right?
Sure.
And so,
but I mean, like, people will get mad at, like, this sounds really shitty and it's a big meme and leftist, but like people get really mad about like hostile architecture, right? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
People get mad about that. But like, that's kind of part of the effort of keeping homeless people away from like where non-homeless people are walking, is to make it so these types of interactions don't happen, right? So technically the onus should be on the state to make sure that the state public transit is safe. But like, I think if these people start getting really aggressive about throwing homeless people out or making the places like uninhabitable by homeless people would probably get mad at that as well, right? And I can understand there's like larger systemic issues at play too, but I'm not entirely sure what.
Oh, and now they have sword
I don't know what the solution is to those either, right? Like, if you take a homeless person and they don't want to be not homeless, they're just like, yeah, fuck it. Like, I see numbers sometimes, I have to dig into this more, but like, I see numbers sometimes like in Seattle, like 50% of homeless people don't even want help. They're just like, fuck it, this is my lifestyle now. What do you do with them? Do you actually like, do you get the police and start committing these people? Like, saying forcibly, like, yo, we're like fucking Brady acting you in California or whatever, like, we're gonna take you and like throw you in an institution if you don't want to be there? Like, I don't know. That's
well, it's very like not, I guess, left of me to say, but I mean, it seems like the models that reduce the sort of street sleeping homeless population the best involve camping bans and housing first, right? That if you only do one, like if you only do the camping ban, like in Denver, right? People are gonna get pissed off. It's like you're just trying to make it illegal to be homeless. You're not.
How much help
them,
does this thing have?
And if you just do housing first, well, you still have the problem of like what you're describing, where you have like a significant number of mentally ill homeless people who, for some like irrational reason prefer to be on the street, and then you have the problem of like some, you know, I'm not really convinced how many just truly elective homeless people there are, even in Seattle or Portland. But like, yeah, I guess those people do exist, right? And so, you know, it seems like, frankly, it seems like Houston has an extremely good model for dealing with the homeless population, which involves, well, it's housing first plus a camping ban plus affordable housing. So, like, of all the major cities, Houston has probably not just like nominally the most affordable housing, but probably structurally the most affordable housing, because it's really easy to build housing here.
I think one of the things that I would fight on the Houston thing though is, my guess is you guys can probably sprawl quite a bit, right? Like there's a lot of empty area around Houston.
Dude,
or is that
chill
not
out.
true?
Yeah, I mean, it's sprawl city. You know, it's pretty low density.
Because I think that like one of we're into an econ argument a bit. One of the things that frustrates me the most, have you ever seen like the numbers where people say like there's like 10 million homeless people, but there's 11 million empty houses?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like the empty houses are not where the homeless people are. So like when you go to LA, if we were to do like a housing first approach to homelessness, like those houses are not going to be anywhere fucking near LA. They're going to be like 3 hours. They're going to be like in Bakersfield, okay? Or they're going to be like over in fucking Utah or Nevada or Arizona. It's not going to be anywhere near where those homeless people are. So I don't know if those people even accept like a housing first solution in those areas, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's that's definitely true. Like housing first isn't, you know, it's not literally just like give people houses to live in. I mean, I think one thing is that I don't think that density is a huge concern, just because a lot of the housing first approaches that I've seen are densely constructed housing and like multi-member housing for homeless people, right? So you're not giving like a homeless person like a 2-bedroom house to themselves. It's like you're going to be living in one room of this like 5-bedroom townhouse, and you're all like part of the housing first program. And yeah, you're right, because one of the concerns is that in a housing first system, like if you just ship the homeless people to a place where they can't easily access all the services that they require, well, again, you're not really addressing the problem. But yeah, I don't think that would be a huge problem.
Yeah, I wonder how many would prefer that versus how many would just want to go back and be homeless in LA. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, because in Houston, like technically the camping ban, what it is it's at night. Basically, you're not allowed to sleep
those
outside
guys
at
are
night.
nightmares.
And the technical rule, as far as I'm aware, is that you can't sleep outside at night if there's room in homeless shelters, right? So if we've got capacity at homeless shelters, you got to go to the homeless shelter, right? You can't sleep under like an underpass or something. And a lot of libertarian types really hate that, because it involves like state coercion and, you know, making these guys go to, you know, the homeless shelters or something like that. And it's like, yeah, but we have to recognize that, like, how do I put this? Like, if someone's choosing to sleep on like the streets of Houston in the middle of the summer, or the streets of fucking Minneapolis in the middle of winter, this is a person that's not
mentally
not thinking right. Yeah. I mean, we gotta. There's a certain level of like collective stewardship that we should have for this population. I mean, it's not any. You know, it's like like orphaned children or
elevator
something like that. It's like, okay, like, yeah, like the state has to take care of these children, right? Because no one else will, and they're children, right? We can't just let them do whatever they want. And, you know, similar to a lot of the homeless population, it's not a good circumstance. But yeah, I mean, that to me, that's how you'd solve it. That's why a lot of these more leftist cities are stuck in this rock and a hard place, because they have like these really strict ideas of like these very like anti-coercive measures to try and get homeless people off the streets. And yeah, I mean, you end up sort of almost like institutionalizing homeless people in your city, where, you know, they just prefer to kind of, you know, lay on the street, or, you know, they build their own sort of homeless encampments and stuff. And, you know, that's not good for anyone. But these places also don't really build a lot of housing. So housing is so, like, there's no, like, if a homeless person does everything right in Seattle, right? Like, let's say they get off the drugs or whatever their circumstances, they address their illness problems. Let's just say that they just had a big income problem. You know, they sign up for welfare programs and they get a job, right? they still are nowhere near able to afford housing in these cities.
Sure.
Right? Like, it's fucking impossible to afford housing in, like, Seattle or San Francisco or LA or something. So, you know, the affordability has to be addressed in these cities. That's why I think Houston is somewhat unique, because it's just easy to build housing, and it just has, you know, relatively affordable housing. So.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, I love you, buddy. Be careful.
There you go.
Stay
All right.
safe.
See you later, bud.
Bye.
There's no room at all for wheelchairs to pass by.
We can't simply have the city turn its back, walk away, abdicate, and surrender its jurisdiction over the sidewalks.
We emailed Mayor Garcetti's office 8 times over the last month, asking to interview the mayor about these encampments at his soonest availability. His office said they're working on it, but still hasn't given us a time. What do you want to see the city doing?
Just like they're still sending inspectors to every single business to make sure that they're following code, why aren't we doing the same with the public right-of-way?
Estella Lopez called the city over and over about that huge tent with the shower that was blocking the sidewalk. Sanitation workers finally came and took it down. Even though that tent is gone, many other McMansion tents are popping up all across LA. For the I-Team, I'm Joel Grover.
Oh, maybe that was Joel. Do you think? No.
During this
that was not Joel.
Have gone wild.
Oh no, wait.
Check it out. City sanitation workers.
Maybe that was Joel. Anyway, sorry. Where were we?
God bless you. All right, we'll get to more.
Yeah, I
They cut out the.
Wait, somebody linked this too. What is this? In El Paso today.
It says that Border Patrol was the one who handed out this piece of paper this morning.
A lot less people on the streets, guys, because of this turning process, and then again, some last time we were
Hello, Ice Poseidon.
process and waiting for buses.
Estos papeles se los entregaron esta mañana. ¿Quién se los entregó? Nobody wants to talk now.
Yeah, they've been instructed not to talk.
Here's the key I needed.
Let's go see. There's always one person who loves to talk. We'll get some information exactly who gave him this piece of paper.
This is about border shit, right?
¿Quién vino a entregar este papel? Los muchachos de la patrulla fronteras. ¿Venían con uniforme? So yeah, guys, Border Patrol was the one who handed out. Which makes sense because the color matched the Border Patrol truck. ¿Manda?
No, it's about the nukes.
¿Fue penado? Oh, todos se fueron de volada para allá. So she's saying, cuando pasó, ¿está bien si le grabo un poquito? No, no quiere grabar. Cuando pasaron todos con el papel, todos se fueron corriendo para allá. ¿Como a qué hora fue eso? Como aquí. Hay mucha gente allá, como a qué hora son.
Part where I said I was uncomfortable, by the way.
Yeah.
It's because the whole straw man is that I liked it or something.
But it's like both sides of this want intervention, and our preferred intervention is like expanded healthcare and social services, and theirs is more money for cops so they can put these people in a wagon and get them upstate.
Let's just be clear. If you are either in this instance defending the killing of this guy, or you're not.
Yep.
That's it. Doesn't mean he's a saint. It's not being made into a, some type of like a deity. It's just that regardless of what you're doing, if you are not present in, this is just simply a legal standard in this city.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Is like I generally, once somebody's charged, don't get too involved in court cases. Follow maybe the Trump thing a little bit because of the specific, massively political nature of it and others. But for the most part, I never, this is going to be handled in court. But I would be surprised if this guy is not charged with some form of manslaughter because he needs to, based upon what we've heard, it's possible that maybe we haven't heard all of it, but it sounds like even based upon his own statement, they're not even asserting that this guy was a physical threat to anybody.
Welcome back to another episode of Wander with Cause, my weekly tour of the downtown east side of Vancouver, which is the poorest neighborhood in all of Canada. The weather has warmed up, like I've said in other videos, and the tents have been moved from East Hastings Street and are now on side streets. And essentially all of the homeless folks are scattered throughout the downtown east side, all over the place, as you'll see in this video. Everywhere from East Hastings Street to back lanes, back alleys. The nastiest place you could ever sleep, because
Jesus,
the back lanes are probably the nastiest place you could ever sleep, because people are pooping and peeing pretty much everywhere. There's rats, there's garbage, pretty much everything you'd expect in a back alley times 10 in the downtown east side. It's just completely
They just kicked all the homeless off of East Hastings at Destiny.
And these people are sleeping in these back alleys. Like, just look at the video and just imagine being there with the smell. It's just unreal.
Why the music? This guy built a whole house on Hollywood Boulevard.
Well, this is where a gentleman named Q lives. I spoke to him. He's quite happy to be here, but says he's planning to move soon. So this is the situation in 2022 in Los Angeles. You can basically build your own small wooden house right on Hollywood Boulevard, live in it, continue to refuse offers of city services, and most people around here are okay with it. Others say it has to go.
This guy got removed.
Well-built wooden structure, propped up by metal carts and cars.
Solid, well built. Is this really well built? These planks look uneven as fuck.
Batteries, a power cord.
This is well built, or maybe I don't know anything about construction. This does not look well built to me. What the?
Unplugged trails down the sidewalk, which is piled high with assorted power tools and electronics. Reaction mixed. What do you think of that?
I don't like it. It's not good. It's bad.
It is a little out there, but he is safe and he doesn't have to worry about someone burning his tent down.
I don't even know like why or how, or I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy, to say the least.
Is this okay?
It's not okay that it's gotten to this point. The fact that he's here, I don't see an issue with it.
Anybody home? After I called the city and the LAPD to see what, if anything, is being done to help or clean up, police did come and talk to the man. They've been here before. They described him as young, healthy. They offered to connect him with services. He declined. They left. Summing up the municipal code, the only enforcement is if a person is blocking the sidewalk or an active driveway or business. City Councilman Mitch O'Farrell says he hopes this can be resolved with what are called Care Plus teams, which pair comprehensive outreach with sanitation and cleaning services needed to make the public right-of-way safe and accessible. Meantime, across the street, where Jamila Ali and Rance Shaw run City Vibes Coffee.
Jesus Christ, the Chucky dog.
Compassion is still on the menu.
He hasn't like bothered anyone, and honestly, I'm glad that it's right there because I honestly feel safer with him there.
Based.
For some reason, I don't know why. It's just it feels like he knows what he's doing, and he's not here to like hurt anyone.
Unfortunately, they have to make us a little bit uncomfortable for them to be comfortable, and I think that's just like the problem in LA. No one realizes how much of a burden it can do to like our mentality and just the way we carry ourselves.
Q tells me he's from Kansas City. He's been in LA for about 3 years, been here for a few months. He says he's self-employed. He fixes bikes. He wants to be a mechanical engineer, and that he is an Army veteran. Saturday, Alex and Marla, the city tells me they're planning to clean this all up as part of this Care Plus program that's had great success here in Hollywood. If you've been to the underpass and Gower on the 101 freeway, all cleaned up. So it's going to be interesting to see what, if anything, happens to this man. As I mentioned, he's perfectly happy being here, and most of the people around here are happy to have him. Live in Hollywood, I'm Phil Schumann.
You know, that, first up,
this
how is
seems
he
like
not
an easy
blocking
one.
the sidewalk? And secondly, you know, is it you know, it looks like a structure there. And these are, the business owners there have to spend a lot of money in taxes, have to go through permitting processes. Everybody around there that lives there have to pay property taxes.
Yeah.
Does he pay any property taxes?
Q, we're on live on Fox 11. Alex, so Nobody's saying this is a great idea. Hey, we're on live. Thanks for talking with us. What are you doing here, and how did this come to be?
Well, I was originally in a tent, and when the sanitation comes, once every 2 weeks, they have you take the tent down and clear all your stuff out.
Yeah.
And so what I had an idea just to build something on wheels so that way I wouldn't have to
Show us what you got here.
Well,
I mean, where did you get all the
Man,
material?
he's not
and
going to
everything?
chill out, is
Well,
he?
I got most of the material from
Junkyard?
construction sites that threw away old wood,
yeah.
and then some friends of mine that had some wood left over, and then there was a shop across the street that had some old
You
flooring.
have electricity in there?
Yeah, I've got a generator over here.
So you've been offered housing, temporary housing from the city and other agencies?
Right.
But
yeah.
you prefer this, or?
Well, I kind of do prefer this because it kind of gives me empowerment. A lot of the housing, a lot of the housing programs they offer, they put you in like what seems like a concentration camp. And
so this is freedom for you.
Yeah, it's feel more free.
You got plants?
Yeah.
You got tapestry?
Yeah, I feel like I have more of a way to express my, artist nature and everything.
But Q, I mean, you have to understand that a lot of people don't think this belongs here. I mean, this is a public street.
Yeah.
There are better options for you.
Yeah. There's probably better places, than this. But I mean, I don't think that I'm bothering anyone here. This business isn't even in.
Yeah, it's an empty building.
So is he taking the power from the city?
I try to keep the
because he doesn't get a power bill.
Clean and
You said a generator.
I sell bikes and I make motorbikes and electric scooters and stuff like that. I've fixed several people that live in the neighborhood. I fixed their scooters and stuff like that. So
are you happy?
Yeah, I feel good, man. I feel good. I feel like I'm, kind of being an example for people.
I kind of laughed earlier. So this is a personal experience. I could be right. I could be wrong. Okay. I kind of laughed earlier at that coffee guy saying that they felt safe with this homeless dude out there. I will say, and this might sound a little bit up and dehumanizing. I'm not trying to make it sound that way, but sometimes it feels a little bit like homeless people are kind of like cats. Like they have like certain territory. And if you do get to know the homeless people in a certain area and you know that they're not going to do crazy shit, then it's probably fine. Like where we lived in Little Havana, there were like several homeless people that were like staple homeless people from the area that we walked in to go to the gas station every other night or whatever.
That was ridiculous.
And you know the homeless people, it's like he's not going to kill you. He's not going to do crazy shit. Usually they hold doors open for you and they just want like a slice of pizza. Sometimes they'll ask for shit. And if they're there and they're like placeholders for like other crazy homeless people, like you probably do feel a little bit safer. Like you come around the street like, oh shit, who's that? It's like, oh shit, that's John, the normal guy that's out here. Like ask for pizza sometimes, So technically, even though I laughed at the guy, it could be like this guy seems pretty chill. He doesn't seem like a crazy guy that's about to kill you, and him being out there is like a placeholder for more crazy homeless people that comes in. So unironically, yeah.
Situation, letting them know that just because you are living on the streets doesn't mean that you have to just let go, give everything up.
Where do you get food and use the bathroom and stuff?
Well, I go to local stores and while I'm out.
Let's walk this way. Yeah.
Hey, Phil.
While I'm out and
I'm listening.
While I'm out and about, I use the restroom at different stores and stuff like that. But
go ahead, Marla.
I'm just curious about he has the generator and the power cord that you showed. He doesn't get a bill, so is he just milking it from the city?
I sell bikes and.
Now I'm willing to bet these people
he's not
would be
connected to the
freaking
city.
out
This
if
is
a white
this is
homeless
a
person
generator
was causing trouble.
Can we peek inside or no?
I'd rather not, man. Yeah, because I don't have it cleaned up, and then it's not finished.
So people around here seem to like you.
Yeah.
You're a super friendly guy.
Yeah.
But there's other people that are watching this saying this is ridiculous.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know, where they're coming from, or why they believe what they believe. But there was a fire around the corner right here. One of the guys' tents caught on fire, and so that probably puts a nasty stain on it.
All right. Well, thank you for talking with us and sharing some of your story. Go ahead, Marla.
Phil, my last question is, you said he was going to move soon. Yeah. So does he literally roll it somewhere else? Where is he moving to?
Yeah, you were talking about moving and just like rolling this down the sidewalk? Or?
Yeah, I've got some dollies I'm going to put underneath and move it from out in front of the fence. I got to have this thing moved by tomorrow or the police said they're going to take me to jail. So I got to move. So that's why all my stuff's outside right now.
So if an agency came to you and said, Q, we got an apartment for you in Hollywood, indoors, services, job training, health benefits, would you take it?
Well, I want to start my own business, but as far as the apartment situation, I don't know where I'm going to be able to store all my stuff, and then I do a lot of grinding and welding and stuff like that, so, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's not the best
solution
suitable
for you.
Yeah, because my generators and my, I kind of like that lifestyle anyway.
All right, Alex Marla.
This guy is like the conservative meme of like,
well, this is
they choose to be homeless because they enjoy the freedom, right? Which this guy might actually be doing it, but I think for a lot of the sad thing is for a lot of homeless people, well, I mean, I can't do like a per capita, but for a lot of homeless people that I intersect with, it's pretty obvious that there's like a lot of mental illness involved. Now, again, I have to be careful because I haven't lived in cities like this.
And he's not.
Or well, no, I have, but I don't walk in areas where these homeless people are. But it's pretty rare that you come across, or in my experience, it's rare that you come across a homeless guy like this. Most of them have a lot of problems with self-care. Most of them don't always seem like they're all there. Some of them can be psychotic. You know, they're not like, they don't come across like, oh, this is like a dude enjoying his freedom. They come across like, this is like a dude that's mentally ill that probably has like nobody in life that cares about him. That generally seems to be the case. But I know like sometimes conservatives will make it out like every homeless person is like this dude. At least in my experience, that hasn't been the case. But
Ocarina of Time.
I remember you.
Thing.
You're the security guard of the building, aren't you? Mm-hmm. I've been having problems with you, man. And you know what, man? I want to apologize to you, man. Okay. I hadn't had my medicine, man. I'm on psychotropic medicines, man. You know I'm schizophrenia, you know? Right.
Ayo, Destiny, I'm a YouTube lurker. Have you seen the jury made a decision on the Trump case? Yes, it was a civil case, meaning more than likely not, they feel like Trump harassed that woman, sexually assaulted that woman, and he's paying out like, I think, $5 million now to her, is what I saw.
I hear voices, I see things, they say this is not really there. And I just want to apologize to you because I was wrong. Hey, you know, I've been working all day. I've been working for 12 hours all day. Can you just shake my hand?
Of course, that's all I've been wanting was an apology from you. That's it. That's all. I'm just trying to do my job, sir.
But you know what, sir? I was thinking about something.
Oh, motherfucker, this nigga crazy. Do it. Come on, hey, you going to fucking jail, man. You know what? Hey, get the fuck off my property.
I can't tell if this video is real or not. This video's got to be fake. Do you think?
Fuck, gone.
Bitch, I'm gonna kill you. I hate your ass. You the Uber driver took my motherfucking money. Bitch, I got money now. I got motherfucking money now. You know what?
It's real for sure. One of the only real ones.
Schizophrenia, motherfucker. I'm gonna kill you, punk ass. Hey, you know what? I got my knife in my pocket.
And you better not bring that knife over here. Your ass gonna die tonight. Come on. Come on, motherfucker. Come find out.
You got a gun?
Come find out.
I don't think you got a gun. He's a rinky-dink motherfucking cop. You ain't even got a badge. Hey, you know what? Hey, big bro, I told you I take medication.
Calm down, man.
I don't know what be wrong with me. I just lost everything. Oh!
Destiny, I've been in security for 5 years, and this is very real. Deal with this shit all the time.
2 weeks after Tucker Carlson was fired by Fox News, he announced he's taking his program to Twitter. But a tweet by Twitter.
Oh my God.
Did you guys see the debate last night? Man, Trump absolutely won that debate with Caitlin Collins. I gotta be honest, after that performance for Collins, I don't know how she's gonna improve in the polls for, I'm kidding, you get the point. May as well have been Caitlin Collins running for president. She was just trying to debate Donald Trump nonstop, and she was wrong! The most frustrating thing about last night's town hall with Donald Trump is that Caitlin Collins tries jumping in saying, no, Trump, you're wrong, but actually half the time, she was wrong. Ugh, this is the problem with CNN. And it may be why, ladies and gentlemen, CNN cut the town hall down by 20 minutes. I noticed this when we were live last night on Timcast IRL doing live commentary, and I just assumed I must have been wrong. You see, we planned for this. We're like, hey, look, guys, there's the town hall tonight. We are going to do live commentary over this. And it's the weirdest thing, too. People are like, I'm going to watch Tim Pool and crew do live commentary over CNN and then get mad when they talk. Bro, watch a different channel. Like, we're here to provide commentary. But we planned for this. And we were like, from 8 to 9:30, that's when they're doing the town hall. And then afterwards, we'll jump to Super Chats. Then we'll do members only like we normally do. And then it was like 9:10 or something where abruptly Caitlin Collins is just like, that's it for tonight's town hall. Thanks. Bye. Yo, everybody's pointing this out. I'm happy that CNN did this town hall. I'm not here to rag on CNN for hosting the town hall. I will criticize Caitlin Collins of CNN for just basically debating Trump and being wrong. And I'm going to debunk, at least, I've got one tweet from Byron Donalds debunking what she says, making a strong point about how CNN's wrong and they think they're right. So don't, you see, this is the problem. If you want to do a town hall, Trump talks. Trump talks to the audience. But you want to jump in every 2 seconds and say no? So CNN does a panel afterwards, which perfectly exemplifies why they backed down, why they shut this down early. Let me stress this again for you so you can repeat this to the high heavens. CNN shut down Trump's town hall 20 minutes early. And the reason I think is because Trump was doing an amazing job. Now, early on in the town hall, or debate, whatever you want to call it, Caitlin Collins asks Trump about 2020 election, about January 6th, and it was nails on a chalkboard to me. I gotta be honest. Look, we got, if you're a big Trump fan, you're like, Tim, you're wrong and all that stuff, that's fine. You're allowed to think those things. But to me, nails on a chalkboard. I just tell people, look, I'm like a moderate guy. The left wants to lie and claim I'm far right because they're evil, and that's what they do. No, I'm fairly moderate. Trump talking about fraud and all that stuff is nails on a chalkboard to me, particularly because I want to win. And when I go talk to regular people, they have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm like, they're trying to get Trump on this topic on purpose because they know it polls poorly with moderates. So guess what? At the end of the show, they do this panel, and they're like, what did you think? Were you bothered that Trump kept talking about this? And this dude's all like, you asked him about it. It's really good. I'll show you the clip. But that's exactly why I think they're like, pull it, shut it down. It was a disaster. I'm willing to bet that CNN was seeing like tweets fired at him. AOC is freaking out. She's tweeting like, how dare you? How dare you, CNN? It was amazing. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, baby. I hope you're ready for what's to come. I have this historical photograph taken last night of Donald Trump on the CNN town hall debate. Here you can see Donald Trump with glistening muscles and glowing blonde hair. The funny thing about this Mid-Journey AI-generated cartoon image of Donald Trump all ripped is that it's clearly a joke and, to a certain degree, making fun of Trump. He is an old, out-of-shape man whose ideas we like and has a tough demeanor. This is the joke. The joke is figurative. The funny thing is, I made this image after, this is in the middle of doing the members-only show. I went on Mid-Journey and I was like, image of Donald Trump going Super Saiyan. And the left, they're all like, it's a cult. It's a cult. When I posted a picture of Joe Biden, super ripped and smiling with aviators on, they didn't say anything, okay? These people do not understand humor at all because they're zombies. But let me pull up this story from Newsweek and talk about CNN cutting Donald Trump by 20 minutes, and then I'm going to show you some of the tweets. Yo, it's not good. Politico says Trump smacked down CNN. It's beautiful. Let's read. Newsweek. Just this morning, writing, questions have been raised as to why CNN appeared to cut a town hall broadcast with Trump on Wednesday short by as much as 20 minutes. The former president and 2024 Republican primary contender took to the stage in St. Anselm College in New Hampshire, where he spoke on a number of topics, including his civil defamation case loss the previous day and the debt ceiling, in a conversation with network anchor Caitlin Collins. CNN had courted controversy after announcing the program on May 1st, with detractors accusing the channel of giving Trump another platform to spread misinformation and calling for a boycott after a New York jury ruled he had sexually abused writer E. Jean Carroll in 1996. Oh, and there's so much to that story as well, because for some reason, I'm in that story. Oh, geez. They're roping me into this one, huh? Yeah, basically a juror said he had listened to 3 or 4 episodes of this show. That's it. And they were like, disqualified? Like, tried to kick him off the jury. Amazing. These people are in a cult, dude. Like, let me just stress this. You can criticize me. You can tell me you can say whatever you want. But if you're going to accuse a dude who's watched 3 or 4 episodes of being so biased he can't be on a jury, you are in the cult. Like, dude, he watched 3 or 4 episodes. That's what he said. And they're like, He can't possibly be unbiased. He's seen a show a couple times. Wow. That's how scared they are of me? That if someone's seen my show maybe even 3 or 4 times, that they're hyper partisan? That's amazing. I must be really influential. Share this video with your friends, because apparently only 3 or 4 clips and boom, their brains shatter from the Matrix. I'm really impressed by that. Thank you, guys. It's a compliment. They say, in a statement to Newsweek earlier this week, the network said it was our job, despite his unique circumstances, to do what we do best. Ask tough questions, follow up, and hold him accountable. Following the town hall, CNN said Trump had made false claims about abortion and repeated his unfounded claim the 2020 election was rigged. This is what they do. This is what they lie about. One of the best things Trump said, they start talking about abortion. And Trump says, I'm not radical on abortion. They want to abort the babies at 9 months. At 9 months, he's doing the accordion thing with his hands. He's right. There's a viral video out of Virginia where a woman, what was her name? Was her name Nancy Tran out of Virginia? Let me fact check this one. Let me make sure I have it right. I could be wrong about this. Wait, is that her name? Let me pull up the news. I don't want to get the name wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me search this. Virginia abortion at birth. You see, that was the thing. It's a viral video. Oh, they're bringing the bill back. Showing this woman saying that if a woman is at the point of birth, they could still abort the baby. There's no restrictions. And that's what Trump is talking about. And it looks like they're trying to bring it back. Virginia Senate Democrats kill bill to protect infants born alive after failed abortions. Oh, geez. Maybe they're trying to bring it back. Anyway, I'll have to bring it up. I didn't bring it up. But anyway, Trump's not wrong about that. I suggest you look it up. I think the woman's name was Tran. Her last name was Tran. Man, I really wish I would have pulled it up. Kathy Tran. Kathy Tran. I am sorry. It was Kathy, not Nancy. I knew there was a Y in there somewhere. Can we get the... Here we go. I got it. Here we go. To prove Trump right, I had to pull this up in real time. Virginia bill would legalize abortion up to birth. National Review. News Guard certified. 85 out of 100. Generally credible. Do you think they just made this up? Democratic delegate Kathy Tran has introduced a bill in the House of Delegates that would legalize abortion up to birth. When questioned about the bill on Monday by Todd Gilbert, Tran acknowledged that it would allow abortion even at the very end of pregnancy. And they claim Trump is lying because these people are insane. They're either evil or they're in a cult, and I think it may be both. But let's stay on topic. Now that I've fact-checked that for you in real time, so you can see this is not something Trump made up. They're lying. Let's get back to the news. Dylan Byers, a senior correspondent at Puck News, tweeted on Wednesday, the town hall was scheduled as a 90-minute broadcast, though the network expected the actual event to go as long as 75 minutes. Yes, it was 90 minutes. That's what was reported across the board, because we planned for it. They shut it down early. He went on to say that it ended less than 70 minutes in. In other words, they could have gone longer if they wanted, which is usually what executives do with big ratings draws. Archived listings show that the town hall was scheduled to last 75 minutes, followed by 2 back-to-back episodes of Anderson Cooper. Another Twitter user said the program lasted exactly 69 minutes. The event ended at 6:09 p.m. Pacific time. Matt Gates says, did CNN cut it short because Trump was doing so well? I've never seen a town hall get called like a mercy rule before. Did that actually happen? Look, all I can tell you is, when we were preparing for the show, I looked up how to watch it, and they said it was scheduled to go for 90 minutes starting at 8 p.m. That's an hour and a half. That means by 9:30, we were done. They called it early. That's it. I think they called it early. Trump absolutely roasted this. Take a look at this. Insider says, CNN hoped a Trump town hall would give it credibility with the GOP. Instead, it got dunked on. Hold your horses there, man. Yes, I will dunk on Caitlin Collins for being wrong. Saying things like, I'm going to pull up a tweet from Byron Donalds. I can show you exactly where she's wrong. Because Byron Donalds has it. Here we go. He says, Caitlin Collins, what you just said is a lie. Chris Miller said under oath that President Trump did approve the National Guard, and the D.C. mayor refused the order. I'll have more to say after the town hall on CNN. Reminder. And then he shows the video of him actually in Congress. I asked former acting DOD Secretary Christopher Miller about Mayor Bowser's request for National Guard's presence. Miller testified that Trump authorized the Guard, but Bowser chose not to use them. And she goes, Trump, you're wrong. I'm going to stop you there. You're wrong. Trump, no, you're wrong. Let me tell you this. It was funny how no matter what Trump said about the election, she was like, no, you're wrong. I think that was an opportunity for Trump. I want Trump off of the election fraud stuff. And it's really frustrating to me. People early on in the early days, and you've heard me say it 50 billion times, claimed that Dominion machines were hacked, that Venezuela was involved,
I don't remember
Germany
these
was
bubbles.
involved, that Chinese ballots. There's videos showing ballots being pulled out from under tables and they're counted, and everyone's like, oh, that proves it, all the fraud. And then, when I correctly break down the story, because that's what I do for all the subjects, now people are like, oh, now Tim finally understands. Dude, when people were claiming Trump was going to be reinstated in March, in February, in April, like no matter what happened, they were like, Trump will be truly inaugurated on this date. And I kept saying no. People attacked me for it. And then you have that video I mentioned where they're pulling ballots from under the table. Watch the full video. I watched the full video. They actually put they collect ballots from people like normal, put them in boxes, and at the end of the day, they pull them out to count them. But a lot of people didn't see those videos. That's why I say stop with the fraud narrative. It's a trap. It is a trick. They are, and whether you believe it or not, okay, I'm saying I disagree. I think what happened was Democrats had maximum ground game. They exploited COVID. They utilized universal mail-in voting. They went nursing home to nursing home. They had massive ground game, and they took away movies and sports and forced everyone into the political fray. And then Trump, they said he was at fault. And so, sure, you can come back and say, oh, what about signature verification? Listen, all of this was a legal process. That's the issue. Call it whatever you like colloquially. It was a legal process. I think Democrats play dirty games. I think that changing the rules on mail-in voting was dirty. I think we need voting reform because I think we need voter ID. The point is, CNN is trying to get Trump on this to wrap him up and trap him. And I'm going to show you proof, which is why I'm just like, dude, none of this. Take a look at this. This is great. Even from Jack Posobiec. Even the CNN voter panel is destroying CNN. Let me play for you this clip. Here we go.
Does it bother you that he keeps talking about 2020 and not...
Let me, I'm going to play it. I'm going to boost the volume real quick.
Does it bother you that he keeps talking about 2020 and not 2024? I'll ask you first. This is Jonathan Leslie. He's 40, Republican, voted for Trump twice. How do you feel about those lies?
So I feel like part of it's also the media narrative, as you guys asked in the first question at the town hall about the 2020 election, rather than current stuff.
So don't you think you could say it's time for me to start talking about 2024, not lies that aren't true?
Couldn't the media ask him a question about 2024?
Well, there were questions, but you're right, that was the first thing, but that's something that was on our mind, and that's why I was asked first. Does it bother you?
We'll let it go again.
Talking about 2020 and not 2024. I'll ask you first. This is Jonathan Leslie. He's 40, Republican, voted for Trump twice. How do you feel about those lies?
So I feel like part of it's also the media narrative, as you guys asked in the first question at the town hall about the 2020 election, rather than current stuff.
So don't you think you could say it's time for me to start talking about 2024, not lies that aren't true?
Couldn't the media ask him a question about 2024?
Huh?
Amazing! You see, that's the point right there. That's the proof. That's the evidence. That's what I've been trying to say. CNN's like, are you mad that Trump kept talking about this? Are you mad? And he's like, you asked him. Well, Trump could have said something about 2024. He did in the beginning. Caitlin Collins is like, so Donald Trump, I want to ask you about 2020 election. And he's like, oh, it was rigged, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, no, here we go. Trump needs to get off this. Moderates and independents don't care at all. But Trump did something smart, and I cheered for this. He said, but we got to talk about immigration. Our southern border is completely destroyed. Joe Biden is doing a terrible job. And then Caitlin Collins goes, but I want to go back. I want to go back and talk more about that. That's you, CNN. You're garbage. But I respect
Just
CNN for having him on, letting him talk. Clearly, they're not happy about how it went down. But this dude nails it. They're the ones who brought it up. And we said this during the show. They're trying to force Trump to talk about it so they can get the sound bites, so they can do exactly this. They want to blast it on TV. They want Democrats to take those clips and say, 3 years later, Donald Trump still will not stop the lies in the commercial. And then it's going to be Donald Trump going like, well, you got to understand. And then they're going to show people saying like, can he just talk about the future? And they're going to use it against him. Trump needs to get off of this. And he could have done a better job But he did try shifting away, and CNN pushed him back in because they know Trump will take the bait. So it was frustrating for me to see. But you know what I'd do if I was Trump? And Trump did a little bit of this. If I was Trump and they were like, talk to me about 2020, I'd say, look, clearly I'm not the president. 2020 was several years ago. I'd like to talk to you about how we're going to help the American people. And then when she goes, no, I want to talk about 2020, I would say, Caitlin, with all due respect, the American people want to know about what's happening now and how we can make their lives better. Nobody wants to rehash the past. Let's move forward. Let's be progressive thinkers on this one. Turn CNN into the bad guys. That's the opportunity here. Well, here's the mainstream narrative. I love this one. This is from Politico, of all outlets. 5 takeaways from Trump's CNN smackdown. Smackdown, they call it. Donald Trump did a greatest hits medley of his false election claims and January 6 explanations, and the GOP heavy crowd loved it. Okay, they called it a smackdown. But you see what Politico's doing? A greatest hits medley of false election claims and January 6 explanations. It's amazing. They were trying to trap Trump, and they got what they wanted out of it, and then they pulled the plug. So I think that may be a component of why they shut it down. They're like, we got the sound bites, we got everything we need, pull the plug. Let me tell you about Caitlin Collins. Truly a despicable woman. I think it's absolutely hilarious they have her on the stage. She lacks the talent required for a job like this to be, and I'm not trying to be mean when I say that. I think she's despicable in her lies. In terms of having her on the stage with Trump, it was really poorly done. CNN, guys, listen. Caitlin Collins, good reporter, you know, in terms of personality, not an anchor stage presence. This is a big mistake. You are not cultivating strong talent here. She just does not have the X factor. When you look at a Megyn Kelly, you see, or even like Dana Bash, you know, you see presence. You do, whether you like their politics or not. Rachel Maddow, presence. Caitlin Collins doesn't have any of that. It's the inverse. Like when you're standing before someone like Trump, you can feel that presence coming off on their imposing figures. She's not. She's the inverse. She's shrinking away. But you see what they did here? January 6 explanations. Caitlin Collins was like, Donald Trump, Mr. President. She called him Mr. President over again. It was great. She's like, on January 6, you didn't say anything for 3 hours. And he's like, I'm going to whip it out. It was funny. And then he pulls out a paper and he's like, 2:30. I said, be peaceful. You know, do not fight with law enforcement, blah, blah, blah. No violations, no violence. And she goes, but why did you wait 3 hours? And he goes, I just said it right here. It was 2:30. The Capitol was breached at 2 p.m. It's right here. A half an hour later, he goes, but why did you wait 3 hours? It's like, oh, man. It's so annoying listening to them just lie over and over again. And of course, here's Politico jumping in. Here's CNN with theirs, the chilling reality of Trump. Trump town hall. Oh, boy. Oh, here we go with it. Let me tell you the reality of Trump. The reality of Trump is this picture right here. This is an image from NBC News. This is from 3 years ago. This is Donald Trump in North Korea. He crossed the demilitarized zone into North Korea, shook hands with Kim Jong-un with no security detail, and then crossed the path. And if the only way you think this is a bad thing is if you have Trump derangement syndrome. Sorry, I'm just going to say it. It may not be the most endearing thing, but I'm going to say it. Met a guy this past weekend who was like, there's no way you like that, ponying up to a dictator. And it's like, how do you bring about peace? What do you do? Do you just go around as the United States just killing all of your enemies all the time? Is that sustainable? And when I said Donald Trump crossed into North Korea with no security detail, a tremendous effort towards peace, people didn't believe me. This is what we're talking about with Donald Trump. This image right here should be seen as one of the most powerful historic moments in the past century. Obviously, we had World War II and stuff on it in the past 100 years.
I'm still not
but this
getting
is an
any
iconic
viewers.
moment. All of the conflict, the hatred, 50 years of the Korean War. And here is Trump, in good faith, risking his life. Now, I do think the risk to his life was minimal, to be fair. But this is the Donald Trump that I'm talking about when I say I want to vote for this man.
Slow the
Foreign
fuck
policy,
down.
a good economy. That's why CNN pulled the plug. They want to smear him, they want to defame him, and they want you focused on 2020 and January 6th. Trump needs to push back and say, no, I don't want to talk about old stuff. We're here to talk about the future. Otherwise, they're going to get him. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you all then.
All right.
Remember this?
It's now clear that so-called fake news can have
If you watch JJBA, this short's for you. I don't really watch it much even though I want to get into it, so for that reason I'm not going to talk much, so I challenge you guys to guess all the references in this short in the comment section below. Have fun.
What even is that? Right, I'm moving on.
As a wise man once said, this is it, ground zero. Though I think that dude was technically insane. But anyway, today I greet you on what you might call the final moments of bliss before the storm. There's something great about these final moments. We know what's coming, we can't stop it, but the passage of time keeps it moving until we get there. As I look out to something that seems oddly reminiscent of Space Junk Galaxy from Mario Galaxy, I wanted to use these final moments to discuss the hype surrounding Tears of the Kingdom, some of my biggest hype points for the game, and of course I waited to post this video on Wednesday or Thursday, depending on when you're seeing this, because the reviews are likely out by now, so we'll be taking a little tiny look at the Metacritic score review later on. I guess there's nothing else, so let's move into the video. Tears of the Kingdom is my most anticipated game of all time by a landslide, and in terms of Nintendo gaming, I'd suggest it's in the top 3 most anticipated ever. And I think that's for one simple reason. Breath of the Wild changed up the formula of past Zelda titles to a degree that was very different to be sure, but it was such a breath of fresh air for the series, and I think a lot of us are thankful for it in that way. Plus, it cemented 3D Zelda's place as a juggernaut in the Nintendo space. Was it always huge before? Sure it was, but was it outselling 3D Mario? Definitely not. Breath of the Wild turning the sales of Skyward Sword on their head and going from one of the least successful titles in the 3D series relative to the amount of Wiis that were out there in the first place, to creating something entirely new and selling almost 10 times the amount of Skyward Sword is crazy. Breath of the Wild showed a shift in the Zelda series as a whole gameplay-wise, and even in its community. Before the game released, there were the forums, and obviously there were YouTube channels that talked about Zelda and theorized and whatnot, but Breath of the Wild signaled the first giant uptick in Zelda content across the internet. And that's only increased with time because games that are made with as much love and are packed with as much detail just sell well. Even barring the game itself, though, as I said, it changed the community. I'm by no means trying to suggest that Zelda was niche before Breath of the Wild, but it was a much smaller community for sure. And while there are many arguments with a much bigger community, there's no denying that it makes being in a community even more fun, because there's always more people you can interact with. For instance, had I never gotten into Breath of the Wild as much as I did, I probably wouldn't be here right now. So those names I recognise in my comment sections right now would mean absolutely nothing to me, if not for Breath of the Wild. So in short, Breath of the Wild was the kick of energy that the Zelda series needed at that time. Was Skyward Sword bad? Not in a million years. It's my least favourite 3D Zelda game, but I still consider it to be incredible. But was the linear formula starting to feel somewhat stale? After replaying the games in order, I can say that I think it was. So the Zelda team course corrected all the way back to the other side, giving us the most open game in the series, or maybe ever, just of all time. The game garnered praise left and right, getting a 97 on Metacritic for its Switch version, but there are still a lot of complaints for the game. Enter Tears of the Kingdom. If you make a game that's as good as Breath of the Wild, it is a monumental task to do the exact same thing again. Some would argue that this happened with Ocarina of Time. They did the 3D Zelda formula perfectly the first time round, and they wouldn't even ever reach those heights again. I'm of the opinion that they did reach those highs one more time, but that's besides the point here, since there are a lot more people who think that Ocarina of Time is an objectively perfect game, and I also think it's insanely good. The thing is though, this situation with Breath of the Wild is nothing like the Ocarina of Time success, because even though Breath of the Wild was praised like it was a perfect game, it really wasn't for most people. It's my favourite game ever a few times over, but even then I can obviously see that the game has a ton of problems. The story is interesting, but you aren't living in it. There are barely any dungeons, like, remember when dungeons used to take like an hour on a first playthrough? Well, in Breath of the Wild, you can finish every single dungeon within 1 hour. And theming within dungeons? Well, I guess you could have a control panel and maybe like a themed piece of music with some really standard puzzle themes like water, fire, wind and electricity. Will admit, I do like that last one. I do like the puzzles in the Divine Beast, but there needed to be more combat. And kind of more puzzles too, since I'm a stickler for length. If the Divine Beast were to leave a lasting impression on me, they needed to just be a speck longer. But this is where Tears of the Kingdom has its chance to shine, as I talked all about on Sunday's video. So apart from dungeons, where else does my hype lie? Honestly, it's hard to pinpoint because it's kinda everywhere. I think I've aired my speculation pieces on every single aspect of Tears of the Kingdom since its 2019 reveal. So if you want to see some wacky predictions from way back in the day, you can check those out, but I am personally most looking forward to exploration as a whole with everything else. Some Sky Islands are higher than others, so getting to them will mean having more batteries, which means in a small sense that item progression is making some kind of comeback, since stamina being a source of progression for getting up mountains didn't really feel like item progression at all. And of course I have to mention them, the caves. Shout out to the cave boys, ho ho! Ever since the reveal in 2019, exploring caves has always been my #1 excitemongerer whenever I think about this game. I think it's fair that I give Elden Ring a shout out in this department because a certain part of that game gave me the underground that I thought I wanted initially. But then I thought about it and I don't know man, I think I had some problems with that game's portrayal of a bigger open area under the ground. It felt less like a cave and more like another area from the overworld with stone around it. Tears of the Kingdom seems to be doing underground areas that are smaller and they're bigger too. Much like Elden Ring in that sense, but the bigger underground areas still look like they're going to feel like they're underground, and that's always been my biggest hope for an area like that. I really want to feel like I'm actually underneath the overworld that I've explored to death by now. Along with that, we've already talked about the batteries and stuff, but I'm really interested by how we'll actually be getting heart containers this time around. Since we've seen icons that could be brand new shrines, I wouldn't be too surprised if they are our main source of new Spirit Orb variants. But otherwise there are a ton of places that we could find fun puzzles now that the sky and the caves have made an appearance. In general, I'm excited to see exactly why we want to explore a lot of these areas. We know that caves have a marker on the map, and while there were smaller caves in Breath of the Wild, they never had a marker or anything since they'd usually just lead to a shrine. I wonder what are in these caves that mean that you want a marker in the first place. Along with that, we've also seen some fun challenges up in the sky that are different too, so I'm interested to see what's up there just in general, whether it's treasure, gems, or something entirely new and different. Now here's one that can be divisive. I want to see how much of the world has changed. I am in the camp that thinks that the world has probably changed substantially, considering this game was developed by the Zelda team in 6 years and not Arcane Studios in 4. I want to see all of the places that I loved in Breath of the Wild changed up completely.
What's this Arcane Studios?
I want to see all of by the Zelda team in 6 years and not Arcane Studios in 4. I want to see all of the places that I loved in Breath of the Wild changed up completely. And story-wise, I want to see the champions become more fleshed out. Make me fall in love with these characters, not because I like their designs, but because they have a compelling character arc that keeps me invested in them until the very end. Now of course I'm a dungeon man, so that's where my core excitement lies, and that's kinda why I like the idea of caves so much. But there is one more massive thing that I'm definitely excited for, and that is simply the beginning. The beginning of Breath of the Wild on the Great Plateau was extremely special, and I want to see what they've cooked up this time around. The funny and great thing about the start of the game is that we'll know all about it almost as soon as we have our hands on the game because we'll be playing through it. It won't be a speculation piece we're hyped up for because we'll be running around those Sky Islands or wherever the game picks up. There isn't a better feeling than just simply starting a brand new Zelda game, and I want to see how and where this one starts. I want to fall in love with this start as much as I did with Breath of the Wild. I know I said a lot of stuff in this section, but I wanted this video to be as concise as it can be. I had to add this in right before the video releases, but there have been Ask Developer interviews releasing this week, and the dev specifically said that the dungeons are back in the game. They are themed and are gonna be huge and seamless from the open world. It's literally everything I could have asked for in that department, so I'm currently chomping at the bit to actually see them in game. On to the reviews. I won't go into too much detail, so I'll only be mentioning Metacritic's overall score for Tears of the Kingdom. So here goes. The game got a 97 after 60 reviews. That's very early on in its review cycle, since I wanted to get this video out before the game is actually out in a few hours now, but there we go. For you to understand the scope of this, it debuted at a 98. Breath of the Wild overall ended off at a 97, and Elden Ring also finished up at a 96 on PS5. I am genuinely shocked. Because of how well documented the problems with Breath of the Wild are, it is so surprising to me that, at the moment at least, it's managed to at least equal Breath of the Wild in 2017 standards, and the biggest game of last year. I'm hoping the review score holds up just to keep me hyped. But wow, that's crazy. Here I am, this time staring at yet another galaxy, and I just have a couple of questions to ask you. What are you most excited about in Tears of the Kingdom, and sound off in the comments about why you loved or hated Breath of the Wild so much. My Patreon supporters are on screen, just over there, and they're great people for what they do for me, with Sumji and Jared Whedon helping the channel out to a crazy degree. I hope you all have peaceful final moments before the game releases, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, might as well.
For the vast majority of Breath of the Wild, we don't see Princess Zelda. She's locked up in Hyrule Castle, fighting to keep Calamity Ganon imprisoned there. She's only seen in the game's memories, cutscenes taking place 100 years earlier, and heard when she speaks to Link telepathically. That is, until the very end of the game, when, together with Link, Zelda destroys Dark Beast Ganon, ending the calamity and freeing her kingdom. Hero and Princess meet for the first time in a century. With Hyrule finally free from torment, Zelda announces that she plans to travel to Zora's domain, to offer condolences to King Darifan for the loss of Mipha, and to fix Divine Beast Vah Ruta, which stopped working. Together, Zelda hopes, the pair can begin to rebuild their kingdom to its former glory, or even beyond. We're not sure exactly how long after this moment Tears of the Kingdom takes place. We can assume that the events that happen underground are the earliest events in the game, because Link's right arm is intact, not yet burned by malice or glowing with green magic. Except for a slightly different champion's tunic, Link appears pretty much the same here, and so does Zelda, with the notable exception of a much shorter haircut. The events that happen underground are a little unclear. Link and Zelda discover Ganondorf's body, which, to their horror, comes back to life. Malice erupts throughout the chamber, causing the ground to crumble and rocks to fall from the ceiling, and Zelda falls. In the 2023 trailer, we see what happens next. Link drops the Master Sword and jumps after her, though the scene cuts before we see if he manages to catch her hand. But in the 2021 trailer, we see a clip of Zelda actually falling, out of sight and into darkness. Her pose in these two shots is exactly the same, with her right hand stretched out. These clips are the same event, moments apart. There is this shot of Link grabbing Zelda's hand, but it doesn't seem to be Link catching her. The background doesn't move, and Zelda's hand reaches up to Link more than Link reaches down to Zelda. It looks less like she's falling and more like Link is helping her climb something. This clip is different. In the beginning of Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda falls, and Link fails to catch her. And this is the last we see of the princess in Tears of the Kingdom. She's nowhere to be seen in any other shot in any other trailer. It's like when she falls, she vanishes from the game. So, does she die here? Or is there something we're not seeing yet? Could Zelda have her own quest, her own journey deep in Hyrule's underworld? Together with Monster Maze, let's have a look at the possibilities of Zelda's role in Tears of the Kingdom.
The most obvious and terrifying possibility is that Zelda dies here. In an interview with IGN back when we still knew this game as Breath of the Wild 2, Bill Trinen explained Nintendo's reluctance to reveal the game's proper subtitle. He claimed that, quote, "those subtitles, they start to give little bits of hints of maybe what's going to happen," unquote. But when they finally revealed the name, Tears of the Kingdom, it didn't sound like the massive spoiler we expected it to be. However, if Zelda dies right at the beginning, then the name makes complete sense. The tears of a kingdom which has lost its beloved monarch. The only one left in the royal bloodline, no less. It is also possible that Tears of the Kingdom will refer to objects Link has to collect or some other meaning related to the game's story, but with Zelda meeting a terrible fate right at the start, it could also refer to Hyrule's grief in her absence. Tears of the Kingdom might begin with Zelda's death, or an event we'll be led to believe is her death, but I don't think this will be her only role in the game. I do not believe this is where the story of Breath of the Wild Zelda ends.
Zelda falling at the beginning of the game parallels the start of Skyward Sword, where a tornado sent by Girahim knocks her out of the sky and sends her hurtling towards the surface. The fall doesn't kill her, however. She lands in Faron Woods, near the sealed temple, where she meets with the old Impa and begins her own journey parallel to Link's. She travels to the Skyview Spring, then attempts to sneak into the Earth Temple, where she's caught and chained up in the dungeon. She's rescued by the young Impa, who guides her to the Earth Spring, to the Temple of Time, and eventually to the distant past. Zelda's quest sees her unlock the memories of her past life as the goddess Hylia. She realizes that her entire life is part of her own grand plan, and eventually seals herself in the past to maintain her seal on demise.
In some ways, Breath of the Wild Zelda mirrors the journey of Zelda from Skyward Sword. She travels to the very same sacred springs to try and connect with the goddess. She knows that sacred power has been passed down through the royal bloodline, but she doesn't quite know how sacred. She is the descendant from Zelda from Skyward Sword, the mortal reincarnation of Hylia. And by the end of Breath of the Wild, this Zelda seems to have unlocked
more of a
her sacred
moral
powers,
incarnation
symbolically
than a
reconnecting with her
reincarnation.
divine ancestor.
I've mentioned before in other videos that I think that this Ouroboros symbol behind the game's logo, two dragons becoming one loop, could represent a cyclical nature to the relationship between Hylia and Zelda, where, just like how Hylia reincarnated as Zelda, Zelda could in turn reincarnate as Hylia. We can't be sure of this, of course, but it is a possibility, evidenced by things such as the carving of a mysterious, godlike being and a figure who resembles Zelda forming a circle with their hands. It makes the most sense for Zelda to be one half of a whole with Hylia. It's worth noting that both figures on this carving have long hair, while Zelda has cut hers short. But we also see this. The same woman seemingly suspended in the air over tendrils of malice. Perhaps this is a depiction of Zelda's fall, or her death. Again, this figure has long hair, which is different to Zelda, but it could be a legend or prophecy, or depictions of an event that happened long ago with a previous incarnation of Zelda destined to happen again. But either way, assuming this figure is meant to be Zelda, this carving strongly hints at a deeper purpose for the princess in this game. If she does die here, then it's likely that she'll be resurrected, or continue her journey as a spirit, not unlike Spirit Tracks. Hylia essentially died to reincarnate as Zelda, so perhaps Zelda needs to die to once again become Hylia. And in the latest trailer, we saw this.
A pale, feminine figure wearing a dress. While her face is obscured, her body type is very similar to that of Zelda. She's covered in jewelry, bracelets around her arms and wrists, and a long design down her torso reminiscent of the pattern seen on the ancient Zonai and Sky Island stonework. There's even two teardrop-shaped stones which match those seen on the carvings. One notable feature about this figure is that she appears to have short hair. We don't see the same long flowing hair behind her that is depicted on both the woman and the goddess in these carvings. But of course, short hair would make sense if this figure is Breath of the Wild Zelda, who appears to have cut her hair short. The next shot, where we see Link reaching up to hold hands with this woman, parallels this shot from Skyward Sword, where Zelda, speaking as the goddess Hylia, blesses the Master Sword, turning it into the true Master Sword.
The white and green of her dress and the
does he
designs
recommend
of her
going
jewelry
down,
match
or
fairly closely with Link's new Sky outfit, which again seems closely linked to these mysterious Sky Islands. If this is Zelda, then it's the first time we see her after she falls into the pit. Perhaps, if Zelda does die from this fall, then this figure is her spirit or soul, explaining why her skin is so pale. Or, if Tears of the Kingdom does see Zelda reconnect with the goddess Hylia in some way, then this figure could be Zelda, but as Hylia, just like in Skyward Sword. This could be Zelda with her divine memories awakened. An interesting detail to note is that, in what we're assuming is one of the game's opening moments, Link's champion's tunic is badly burned. The entire right sleeve and half of the torso is missing. This tunic was specially made for Link by Zelda when he became a champion. It's not exactly replaceable. Yet, in later footage, we can see Link once again wearing the champion's tunic, with its right sleeve repaired. I suppose this could be explained in just about any way, but it'd make the most thematic sense for this tunic to be repaired or replaced by the one who made it, Princess Zelda. After Link's arm and the champion's tunic are burned, we know that his right arm absorbs this strange green energy and is covered by a brace like the one worn by the hand holding down Ganondorf. And in this shot, we see it happen. Link's arm appears to absorb the green energy. This shot probably takes place very close to the beginning of the game, because we see Link shirtless, in plain shorts, just like how he started in Breath of the Wild. This shot could take place in Tears of the Kingdom's equivalent of the Shrine of Resurrection, where Link's arm is healed and he awakens after the resurrection of Ganondorf and Zelda's fall into darkness. With his champion's tunic burned, then, it could be that Link's new, ancient-looking clothes are either given to him or found on the Sky Islands, some of which I think are very likely to serve as the game's tutorial area. But we know he gets it back after this, perhaps after reuniting with Zelda.
So, if Zelda returns at some point after her fall, what would it mean for her story? Well, it could be the case that the story of Tears of the Kingdom Zelda will once again mirror that of Skyward Sword, and she'll explore her divine origins. Interestingly, in the Zelda Encyclopedia, it is noted that during the development of Skyward Sword, the team considered turning Zelda's adventure on the surface into a fully playable second quest, one where the player could control Zelda's half of the narrative. So, with the possibility in mind that Zelda may once again fall into darkness and embark on her own journey of enlightenment and awakening, could she be a playable character?
The idea of Zelda being a playable character in Tears of the Kingdom has been discussed ever since the very first teaser trailer. In an interview back in 2019, Zelda producer Eiji Aonuma refused to answer whether or not this was the case. Now, though, the fire has been rekindled, after Zelda Socials shared this illustration of the princess. She's obviously depicted just as she is in the caves early on, with short hair, a cloak, and a torch in one hand. But she's also holding a Sheikah slate, something that the tweets call attention to specifically. It's not the same Sheikah slate Link used in the original game. It looks thinner and smaller, almost as if it's meant to resemble a Switch rather than a Wii U gamepad. There's something interesting on the back. It's a Sheikah eye, but it looks like a camera lens, similar to the Lens of Truth from previous games, which allowed the user to see things which are normally hidden. This device can't be seen in any of the trailers. It's not on her hip or in her hands, meaning that if she does have it, it's either stored in their pack animal or in this pouch. If Zelda falls into darkness right at the beginning of the game, and her story plays out off-screen while Link explores the skies, why give her a new Sheikah slate?
Recently, multiple different people have claimed to have been sent a survey by Nintendo, a survey regarding Tears of the Kingdom. In it, they were asked to cast votes on a number of different questions regarding the game's marketing so far. And in particular, one question stands out. Quote, do you want to experience an epic story of good versus evil? In The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, you'll embark on a grand adventure that pits Link and Zelda against a dangerous force. Your loyalty to each other will prevail in a story that occurs after the events of the previous game. You will encounter many thrills and fears on your quest to save the land of Hyrule. Unquote. Now, while it does seem that this survey is legitimate and was sent out to different people worldwide, we can't completely rely on it as a concrete source of information. It could also be a well-coordinated hoax. But still, if it is true, then it's incredibly interesting that it mentions pitting Link and Zelda against a dangerous force, and that your loyalty to each other will prevail.
To me, this means that Zelda herself will have a fundamental part to play in the fight against Ganondorf. Coupled with the new Sheikah slate in her hands, might this be hinting at the possibility of a playable Zelda? The new trailer gave us 3 gameplay shots that seem to take place underground. Link fighting a luminous stone talus, Link running away from a Hinox through a tunnel, and this. A nightmarish forest of mushrooms and strange trees, where pools of malice stain the ground and ghostly particles hang in the air. This shot is so different to the other underground clips. It looks almost like a dark world, but it is underground. There are stalactites visible in the distance, and the sound of a bokoblin mining echoes like it's in a giant cavern. The monsters themselves are different down here too. They're cloaked in malice, and little flames, like the flames of spirits in Breath of the Wild and Twilight Princess, flicker in a small group nearby. Could this be where Zelda falls to? Could this hellish place be Hyrule's underworld? A realm of monsters, of spirits, and of the dead? Could Zelda's quest in Tears of the Kingdom, a quest which could focus on her reconnecting with her divinity, begin with her trapped in this twisted netherworld after her death?
For a closer analysis and some good old theorizing about what could await us deep below Hyrule, check out the counterpart to this video over on my channel, Monster Maze, because it might be something far more sinister than just your typical caves and grottos. A big thanks to my friend Zeltic for working together with me on these projects, and I hope to see you on the other side.
Thanks for watching this video. If you liked it, leave a like or subscribe if you haven't already for more Zelda content. What do you think about Zelda's role in Tears of the Kingdom? Do you think she'll die at the start of the game? A huge thank you as always to channel members, including Myth tier members Lily, Zelda But a Girl, Pappy Chris, Rice Glight, Vampy Foot, Thomas Drury Wang, Celestial Kitsune, Monkey Gamer Z Official, and Gerudo Eli. Cheers guys, and I'll see you next time. Breath of the Wild has a lot of shrines. Short shrines, tall shrines, big shrines, small shrines, hot shrines, cold shrines, great shrines, and really bad shrines.
Hey. Let's just have this running. Nothing really interesting. Elevator or no elevator? No elevator. I didn't even try and maintain health.
Love how bullet time makes the horn sounds go way down. Like they pitch way down. It's always funny.
Yeah, the upthrust is actually great for the...
Clean? Match my gold? Well, nearly. Second off. That counts. Okay, dreaded cut-car split. Half the time I lose, like, a bunch of time here. For random things. Like that. My ordinal wind bomb went nowhere, so I just lose 5 seconds to slow gliding. I guess it's like a Doppler effect. I don't know if there's like an analog to slowing down time and having that happen, but sort of. Like the Doppler effect. Yeah, it's a really nice touch that they thought to do that for the sound design. True, Tao. Especially with the little sparkle sound effect of using a fairy to do one. Oh. Heck. Okay.
I still have one key.
Yeah, Tao. Same kinda. The grunting rolling would get a bit old after a while, probably.
Literally two-shot that now. That's so nice.
I always forget to menu to the right instead of the left there. I think it used to be left, so my muscle memory... Oh. Already badly damaged, really? That's odd. Usually my forest dweller bow doesn't get badly damaged that soon. I wonder why I have more shots from it. Oh. Whoops. But why? Okay. Ice block just left without me. I don't know what happened there. Thought I was set up properly. Oh, that's it, Makar. Yeah, I used it to kill the extra Lizalfos. The 2 extra. Yep, that's why. Good catch.
Magic. Ice will be.
That's not quite the right speed or angle. That's better. Oh my god, I want to run out there and tell the dog to shut up. Start it up again. It's not usually this bad. Waking up at 4 a.m.? Oh no. Please don't lose sleep over hundo runs. There's gonna be lots of those to go around. They are definitely long enough.
About perfect. Oh.
Oh.
Your AMQ run, you had seemingly infinite durability on the pot lid. I thought I remembered somebody mentioning pot lid having super durability for AMQ. That might just be a side effect of the IST. I don't know the IST, but I thought I heard somebody mention it at some point, maybe in Tapir's stream, I'm not sure. So that might just be a thing that happens. There's always naps. True.
Two hits is so much nicer than.
I've got a bit of time to save here, because I messed up the wind bomb to the last Korok in this split. And then after this went really well, and then I lost like 2 minutes on the way to Zora's Domain. So I can definitely pick some time back up there if I play well. Poor puppy's been barking so much his voice is giving out. His barks are turning like squeaky. It's very unusual. I hope he's okay.
Has become extra cheap.
Like most of the time when I've been doing runs and Jesse's out, he's just chill the whole time. He goes and sleeps under the bed or in his bed or something. Maybe barks once or twice. Oh well. I think she'll be home sometime in the next half hour, so that'll calm him down. Nice. I actually got both supers. Morning. Hey, Crazy. Hope your Friday's going well too. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Beer. Thanks. It's flying to come see you? That's exciting. Hope you guys have a great weekend together. Hey, Relaxed Intensity. Happy Friday. Oh, it's her birthday weekend, that's right. Wait, what day is it today? I hope I didn't miss it. Today's 9th? Okay. Everyone, if you know Lit, wish her a happy birthday tomorrow. I guess that might be in 5 minutes for some of you. Hey, Ramore. Thank you for the good luck. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I think she will definitely never forget that one. I would guess.
Empty. One direction.
Okay, nice. This was a skipped split because I forgot to split last run, but I just saved about 20 to 30 seconds. Hopefully Koga goes okay. No, that's not a good start. Okay. Okay. Not a clean dupe, unfortunately. The overload didn't work the first time. I think it was just because I was unpausing a little too fast. I slowed it down for the second one, and it worked. An ice cream cake at midnight. Nice. That's a good way to celebrate.
Oh, hold up a second. How did he get to Koga that fast? He is a speed runner. Of course he gets to him fast.
Yeah, going too fast is definitely a thing that can happen.
Oh, wow.
For the 5-bow version. For the 2-bow version, you can't really go too fast.
But teleported right on top of me.
Nice. Cardamom. Interesting. It's dangerous to read hundo chats when you're hungry. Seems every hundo stream I've ever seen ends up in food talk eventually. Okay, a little bit of time save. Oh yeah, PSA to anyone who does runs with dungeons. If you choose B for the second option, like the last option here, right after this memory, it's a couple seconds faster. So you want to choose first option, then second option.
Orange isn't any easier than red, or any harder.
Yeah, I only learned that recently, Makar. I don't remember what the dialogue option actually says, but there's 2 points at which you're given a prompt, and it's the second one. Yeah, yeah. I also learned last run from Ming Hao that the same is true for when you talk to Pikango for the fairy fountain. I think that's for his first option, though. I can't remember. I put it in my notes.
Thank you. You're dead. Wait, did those actually? Yeah, I didn't think so. So did those hit? Oh god. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. How are you on foot?
Oh my goodness.
How's my game getting?
Okay, got that one. This is not good for my durability. Please? Oh my god. Dude, no. Please hit. I don't know what I can do. I guess I should... There we go. I guess I should have found something to wind bomb off of. I was just like, surely I can hit it. Okay, well, that's kind of a major disaster. How much time did I spend running around there? Probably... I have no idea. It's hard to tell time from when I'm doing that. At least a minute. Yikes. Looked unfortunately like Gary Keywan's. Oh no. No, you know, I should have just gone for a second midair and got close enough. I just thought I could probably hit it. And I did hit all four. The problem was those two legs I only hit with one bomb. During the first long lightning attack cutscene, Naboris keeps walking. Yeah, it is very annoying. Because once you get that far away... If I was thinking clearly, I would have just, like, found somewhere to wind bomb off of. Or tried an SJC. Oh, you know what? I could have...
Backup is next, and now
I should have remembered. I can use a sunshroom. And get bullet time that way. Yeah, I should have done that. But I was just like thinking, if I can just hit the dang thing, then there's no need to do anything else, right? It's just so hard to hit from that far away. Oh well, lesson for next time. Don't try and make really long shots, just find a way to get closer.
There are 4.
Wait, did that not hit? Ugh. Man. Yeah, true, Makar. Didn't help that it was, like, moving the whole time.
What?
There are 2. Just 1.
Oh well. Sometimes you screw up. Happens every run. It's just a matter of where and how much.
The terminals take noble. You're ready.
Yeah.
Well done. Take a but overcome. This thing is fast. Watch yourself.
Got like half a T-pose. Okay, so yeah, I lost just over a minute there, it looks like. And the V pose, yeah. Or the A pose? I don't know. Yeah, that's rough. And I'm up against a really good gold here, so it might get rougher, but then it'll get better. This thing is fast. I'm faster. Not faster than the Boris, though. The Boris walks surprisingly fast for how slow its legs seem to move.
Well, that's what happens when your legs are big.
Oh, you were talking about the creeper. That makes sense. He is not that fast. Fortunately. You'd think he would run faster, actually, considering he's got the sand boots. Why is this going so far right? Maybe Lux. Oh, ah, crap. No! Oh my god. I think I just run it from here, rather than... Oh my goodness. Try to set up the... Oh. Okay. No. Hey. Oh my god. That was a nightmare. Jeez. Holy crap. Okay. Soldier on. Nice one, Crazy. Course. Never knew they'd steal the ice cube. I'm not sure if I knew that either, actually. It's definitely the first time I've ever gotten it stolen. Alright then. Well, I did say I've got around 2 minutes to save on the way to Zora's Domain. I had like 4 splits in a row that lost 30 seconds each. So when we get over there, that's when we'll make it back, hopefully. What hour is the horses? Hour 9, I want to say. Roughly. Or I guess it would be hour 10, but like 9 on the clock. I think. I don't know. But yeah, we do have 2 minutes there as well. That's true. A lot can happen between now and then, though. Hello? Thank you. Focus with bows, shoot your bomb. I did not know that. That's interesting. First mini games were at 8.5 hours in PB? Okay. A little earlier than I remembered then. What do I need the chili elixir for? There's a... Yeah, what Makar said. Karakara Bazaar. There's a Rito bird that needs that. Oh yes, and it has the best quest game. quest name, which is an ice guy. And the NPC for it is named Guy. Okay then.
I just didn't care.
Not exactly the wind bomb I wanted. Is it up here then? Wait, where's the... hello? Pretty sure it's supposed to be here. Don't tell me it failed to spawn in. Dude. I've never had a Korok Pebble fail to spawn in. This is a new one. I've had other things randomly fail to spawn in. This is just a random game bug that's like extremely rare. I think pretty much anything can just like randomly fail to spawn in. I'm gonna feel real silly if it's not here. Am I just lost? Oh my god. Cancel the thing about the luck. I just don't know where Koroks are, apparently. Well, that was dumb. I was so sure that that's where it was. I don't know... I mean, I guess because I kind of screwed the wind bomb up over there, and I thought I was higher than I was. Man. Yeah, I literally just thought it was on the wrong ledge. I know, right, Crazy? You'd think I'd know where they are by now. Well, so the thing is, Zelda Dungeon, I don't have time to run on Sunday. So if I was going to reset the run, it would be no run this weekend. And I would start a new one probably Tuesday. Because I've got some time off then. So whether I continue the run after tonight will depend on how the rest of tonight goes. But yeah, I'm gonna just keep the run going, kind of, no matter what happens, at least for tonight. And then we'll go from there. If I did have time Sunday, there's a high chance I would probably reset and just try again tomorrow, but since it's now or no weekend run, we'll keep it going. Player 5, yo, thanks so much for the raid. I hope your runs went well. I heard you were doing some Antique Castle. I hope that was fun. Welcome on in, everybody. How's the run? Well, you can see from the splits that the last half hour or so has not gone great. But, you know, I'm doing what I can. You got a 3042 old route? Let's go. GG. I'm sure a lot of the muscle memory from old route has expired by this point, huh? Really? You're not going to set on fire? You're like right next to the fire, though. You could just set on fire. Wasn't the prettiest. Well, neither is this, but, you know. That's how runs go. But yeah, I hope you had fun with it. Why have you never thought to chop down that tree in AQ? I don't know. It's a good tree. Oops. Always nice when you PB. Well, I'll tell you a secret. Every PB has an ugly segment in the run. This run's too long to just do a whole run without an ugly segment. But yeah, that one was particularly ugly. I have not so thoroughly gotten lost in a section like this before. Not really even lost, I just, well, yeah. Just thought I was somewhere that I wasn't. Link stubbed his toe, you would reset Hundo. Well, that makes sense because damageless Hundo does not allow for stubbing toes. How you doing, Jordan? Alright, give me Amber. That is two topazes that I don't want. But I guess I got a bit of Amber, so. Alright. Pretty decent deal of Mog split. Always good to back up a few bad splits with a good one. Alright, thanks again for the raid, Player 5. Have a good meal. Alright, there we go. Saved 10 seconds. We're back on track. Not really, but sort of. I still do have a bunch of time save coming up, so we'll reevaluate in an hour or so as to whether this run is worth continuing tomorrow. But either way, we can still just chill and have fun. Oh wait, I'm already on fire. That's right. What am I doing? Hey, beetle-headed. Run's going alright. I definitely threw a bit in the last little bit, but we're chugging along.
That boss is worth 500 experience. I am going to get to 500 before I
Why
fight
does that
it.
one stop melting like that? That's annoying. Good. Nice Sumisama movement. That felt pretty good. Should save a few seconds. Do you ever cut grass for fairies in the run? We do not. There's some static fairies by the fountain that we get, and then we do a glitch that gives us 999 of them. So that's why I'm able to just tank all the damage I want. Nice, looks like we even got a small gold on our hands. That's pretty good. True, not as good as the free-range organic fairies. Well, 2 of my fairies are free-range organic. Yeah, we'll be getting a lot of those. Almost stood too close there. I would say so, Crazy. I'm afraid I don't. Your horse's extended warranty. Oh no. Some of the horses I get in this game could use an extended warranty.
Have enough. Ahead on.
Okay, I want to get the Lizalfos horn here. If it manages to fall off the thing. What? Oh my goodness. Please. Thank you. Nice. No, no! Why didn't my bomb come out? I pressed the button. Alright, that was annoying.
Pretty simple boss, really.
Alright, can we land on the thing? Yo, I did it. That counts. This way.
3 level left.
Okay, pretty good. One failed wind bomb, but didn't lose too much time from it. And I definitely messed up more last week, so we'll save a bit of time. Okay, got another potentially half a minute to save here.
Check if they somehow are making this available early. I might not be getting any viewers because the game I'm playing.
This run includes the permanent armor.
Today is a great day in the culture war. My friends, we have a tremendous victory.
Sucks to be
Fox
them.
Business. Bud Light parent company's stock downgraded by HSBC amid branding crisis and huge sales drop. The news broke yesterday evening. I am covering it now today, as of course last night was the Donald Trump CNN debate. Donald Trump was debating CNN, in case you missed it. But this is a tremendous victory. Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch needed only apologize. A simple couple of sentences. And they refused. They said that you were so stupid that they were going to ignore the problem, do nothing, keep it internal. Now, sales have dropped consistently over the past month to such a degree that HSBC has downgraded their stock. Oh boy. This may in fact precipitate a decline in their stock. But let me break this down for you, and we'll give you more updates on what's happening with the Bud Light boycott. Fox Business reports. HSBC has downgraded Anheuser-Busch InBev stock to hold amid a crisis following Bud Light's marketing campaign featuring transgender activist Dylan Mulvaney. Carlos Laboy, managing director at HSBC's global beverage sector, told CNBC that there are deeper problems than ABI admits after the social media partnership with Mulvaney in April. Is ABI's leadership Getting the brand culture transformation right, it's mixed. So let's break this down. I am no stockbroker nor financial advisor, so don't come to me for advice. But you have buy, hold, and sell. InBev before was buy. They said, this is the biggest company, Bud Light's the best brand. You gotta buy, buy, buy. Now they're saying, hold, hold. They're scared. I think the hold sign actually will participate a sell-off. Now, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not a financial guy. But the way I see it is, after a month of declining sales, and now you've got somebody who's they say the stock is a buy. They're like, buy it now, buy it now. It's dropping. It's going to go back up, whatever they're saying, right? You got people who had already bought in for a couple $1,000, 10,000, 20, 30, 40, 50. Maybe you're Trump. Maybe you have a million. You're not buying anymore. You've already got your Anheuser-Busch. Now the stock is stagnant.
For the health.
Dropped a little bit, actually. You're losing money. Go stagnant. Now they're saying, hold. Don't buy anymore. Now I got to wonder if people are going, whoa. What do you mean? If nobody buys, it's going to go down. I'm going to lose. If nobody's buying this stock and then anybody sells, because they will, maybe on the weekend they want to clear some cash, it's going to drop. I better sell it now before everybody else does. Uh-oh. This is a major cultural moment. This signal could precipitate a domino fall for Anheuser-Busch. If you are holding stock right now and someone says it's not letting up, they could sell off. If they do, your stock drops. And then eventually someone's left holding an empty bag. I don't know for sure. You know, if people think Anheuser-Busch is the place to be, is a thing to buy, then you go ahead and do it, right? Don't look at me. I'm not a financial guy. I don't know. It just sounds to me like this story suggests there could be a domino collapse of the Anheuser-Busch stock, dropping it down substantially. I'll say it again. If there's somebody who's got $1 million, $5 million in stock, I think they were reporting Trump had like $1 million in stock. If he's like, I don't want to be holding this, I'm getting bad press, it's a bad investment, and he dumps his stock, price goes down. If people see price going down, and HSBC is saying not to buy, they're not saying sell, they're saying don't buy, it ain't coming back, baby. Quote, at AmBev, we think the answer is yes. In the U.S., we think it's no. The way this Bud Light crisis came about a month ago, management's response to it, and the loss of unprecedented volume and brand relevance raises many questions, LeBoy continued. LeBoy cited a beer marketer's insight note, which reported a drop in beer sales of possibly over 25% in April. Why did its U.S. leadership underestimate the risk of pushback given the recent experience of other firms? Is AB hiring the best people to grow the brand and gauge risk? The analyst added. If Budweiser and Bud Light are iconic American ideas that have long brought consumers together, why did these marketers fail to invite new consumers without alienating the core base of the firm's largest brand? AmBev is a Brazilian brewery also owned by Anheuser-Busch InBev. In the first 3 weeks of April, sales in the U.S. of Bud Light dropped to the equivalent of 1% of the company's global volume for that time period. Sales of Bud Light in retail stores also fell by 21.4% in the week ending April 22nd, when compared to the same time last year. In comparison, Coors Light and Miller Lite saw their sales increase nearly 21%. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. I don't want to do any of that. I'm just saying it looks like people are dumping their stock in Anheuser-Busch, InBev, and they're buying stock in Coors Light, Miller Lite. They say that in hard times, the one thing you can count on is alcohol. Because when people are happy, they drink, and when they're sad, they drink. So it seems like it makes sense people are going to want to have some of their money in an alcohol beverage company. I don't think that company right now is Anheuser-Busch. The situation has impacted our people, and especially our frontline workers, the delivery drivers, sales reps, our wholesalers, Bud owners, and servers, AB InBev CEO Michael DeCara said on an earnings call. Wow. And right now, what is Fox News saying? 4,200 people are reading this article as I read it myself. Oh boy. It's getting bad. It's getting bad, and we're winning that Bud Light fight. I don't even know if an apology will cut it, and I've been saying this again. They could have apologized. They chose not to. Well, that's on them now. They're being boycotted by gay bars in Chicago, which is likely going to spread. And Bud Light has become the beer of homosexual men. And I always try to preface this. I'm not saying that to disparage anybody. I'm just saying Bud Light is now synonymous with being a homosexual. And I mean that in the factual basis, literal sense, I'm not trying to be derisive or anything like that. You know, some people might be like, he's just trying to insult people. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying with the cast of the Book of Mormon going, thank you, Bud Light, and cracking beers and drinking it, and Dylan Mulvaney, you will now be perceived to be a leftist homosexual man if you drink this beer. This is what we're seeing on the street. This is what we're seeing outside. Nobody wants to drink it because they don't want to be associated with it. And that's powerful. It sends a big message. We have this story from Outkick. Dylan Mulvaney claims he's having trouble sleeping after Bud Light disaster. Dylan Mulvaney responded to the backlash against him by claiming he can't sleep at night. Mulvaney and Bud Light have been facing intense scrutiny, this we know. The backlash was swift, this we understand. It's true I'm having trouble sleeping, Mulvaney claimed to the Dear Schuyler podcast. The trans activist and social media personality further reacted to the criticism and added, in a weird way, it has been a blessing to sort of break that break that people-pleasing mentality because there's no way of winning those people over. Incredibly, Dylan Mulvaney is talking about everyone. There's no way to win over everyone. It's regular people at Fenway Park who are not buying Bud Light. Let me tell you how the internet works, my friends. Ocasio-Cortez is not a prominent personality. She's famous, but in the true sense of this country, she is not relevant to the average person. Here's what happens online. Let's say in every city there is one person who would like Ocasio-Cortez. In the real world, they don't have meetings, they don't meet up, they don't protest, they're one person. Online, they all congregate. In physical reality, it's difficult to find large portions of the population who will stand shoulder to shoulder cheering, yay, AOC! Online, you can find them spattered all over the country, and they can come together in a digital space, seemingly standing next to each other. That's what's going on with Dylan Mulvaney. If you brought Dylan Mulvaney out to, I love this example, MGM National Harbor. The reason I do is because it's a major entertainment center in a major metropolitan area. You've got the National Harbor Pier with the Ferris wheel and the restaurants. There's a big casino and shopping center and steakhouse. And everybody in the D.C. area and tourists are in this place. Or we could say Times Square, whatever. But, you know, I live in the D.C. area, so that's what I say. Dylan Mulvaney in this place would be booed and jeered. Regular people would be like, what is this? This weird, psychotic Audrey Hepburn male performance is off-putting. It's nails on a chalkboard to the average person. But online, to the zombie horde of NPCs, they just do whatever they're told to do. So I'd put it this way. As I put it to Lance from the Surfs, we had him on the show, shout out. If you went to National Harbor and loudly proclaimed your views, would anyone agree with you? And he said, no, probably not. But this is an urban, liberal center. And you don't think these people would agree with you? You are in a cult. I love it. So Dylan Mulvaney is saying, I can't win these people over. You're talking about average people, regular people in this place. They would all be like, nah, what is this? I'm not doing that. Get out of here with that. And that's the point. Mulvaney may have 10 million followers, but that is a microscopic fraction of people compared to the general public. Now, you take someone like, let's name Taylor Swift, even Kanye West, despite all of the weird political stuff. You bring Kanye West out in the public, the average person's cheering for him, despite the things he says. And that's kind of a problem, you know. But he came back out and later, what did he say? He watched Jonah Hill and now he likes Jewish people. Oh, jeez. This is what they say. They say that Timcast is an extremist far-right podcast, despite the fact that I'm like a pro-choice traditional liberal. Because they're in a cult. Because they've lost their minds. So when my opinions are reflected in polling by regular people, if you go to independent voters and on average, and you ask them about political opinions, yeah, strong overlap with me. Yet for some reason, the people in media say that my opinions are extremist. They're saying that about everyone, about regular Americans. It's a cult. Mulvaney has been relatively silent since the blow-up, also claimed he's attempting to have grace with the situation, saying, quote, "But the people who are targeting us right now, I love it, us, I'm trying to find grace for them because I know that this was planted from something else. And I can only hope that they will see the beauty and the humanity and the importance of an identity and not try to strip that away," he explained. Dylan Mulvaney, I think, is an evil person. I genuinely believe that. But I don't believe Dylan Mulvaney is maliciously evil. I believe that Dylan Mulvaney is the banality of evil. You have an individual who is doing whatever necessary to be famous. It is more of dominoes falling over than intentional acts. AOC, on the other hand, I think is maliciously evil. I believe, she's trying to get an innocent man, a good Samaritan, put in prison right now, despite evidence proving trying to save someone's life, because she's evil. Intentionally and maliciously evil. She fabricated a fake story about January 6th for political power because she is maliciously evil. Dylan Mulvaney, the banality of evil. Dylan Mulvaney, I don't believe to be a person of great intellect. Dylan Mulvaney made a post on TikTok, and TikTok's algorithm decided we're going to make this famous. And now Dylan Mulvaney isn't smart enough to understand what's going on. Dylan Mulvaney propagates an evil and corrupt system. That's just reality. And I'm not saying Dylan Mulvaney is going like, I'm going to destroy the world. I'm saying that Dylan Mulvaney is a product of the algorithmic crisis, which is death, destruction, and chaos. The banality of evil. They say, well, Mulvaney might want to offer his spin on the situation. Anheuser-Busch is doing its best to distance itself from the situation. Yes. This we understand. But it's spreading. Take a look at this story from timcast.com. Bud Light boycott is spreading to other Anheuser-Busch brands. Company may be in a no-win situation as gay bars are ditching Anheuser-Busch beer. Adrian Norman writes for timcast.com. Over the same time period this year, Bud Light's competitors saw a boost in their sales. But as more people learn of the other beverages held in Anheuser-Busch's portfolio, the fallout from the backlash over Bud Light's partnership is now spreading to other beer products. The St. Louis Business Journal reported the following numbers. Budweiser is down 11.4%. Michelob Ultra, 4.4%. Busch Light, 1.8%. Natty Light, 5.2%. If you're in college, if you're some frat bro, Bud Light says they don't like you. So you show up and you're like, let's get some beers for the party. Normally you'd grab Natty Light or something, just some garbage beer that gets you drunk. Or Bud Light. Now you walk in and you won't buy it because you don't want people to think you're gay. I mean, that's really funny, isn't it? They don't understand. These regular frat bro dudes, these regular young guys in their 20s, they're still wearing t-shirts and baseball caps. They're still trying to pick up chicks at the bar. The weirdo cultists and people like Dylan Mulvaney live in the internet world of furries and otherkin and gender ideology. Go out to a college bar and I'll tell you what you're going to see. Young women scantily clad, trying to hook up with guys, and guys trying to impress the girls. And no guy is going to intentionally try and make himself look gay when trying to pick up a woman, unless you're dealing with that weird trope of the guy who pretends to be gay to pick up a chick, which is just not real. Doesn't happen. The dudes are going to want to go to a bar and want to be impressive and fun and not be seen as effeminate and weak. Now, the left can say it all day and night. They can try and talk about how women want a sensitive guy or something like that. No, they don't. Some do, most don't. Women want confident men, charming, collected, kind, but assertive. This is a misconception from so many of these incels, that women want a guy who's going to walk up to them and spit on them and insult them. No, they want a guy who's going to be strong and prove he's a good provider and protector. He's going to bring you a beer, he's going to sit down, and he's going to be like, tell me about yourself. And she's going to say, well, I don't like that necklace. I'm like, well, I love this necklace. What don't you like about it? The common thing is, women will say something, and if the guy is demure and weak and says, you're so pretty, that's unattractive. She wants a guy who's going to be like, I know what I like, I know why I like it. He's going to be like, I'm not drinking Bud Light. You want me to look like some weirdo in here? Nobody's drinking that stuff. And she's going to be like, well, that's bigoted. I don't care. I don't like it. I'm not going to drink it. That's impressive. I got to tell you. I just got to say. You know, there are a lot of these guys who pretend to be male feminists to try and get laid. And it works for a lot of them, don't get me wrong. But I tell you, I'm not going to speak for every single woman, but at least in many of these scenarios, it is unappealing to be a weak, pathetic, effeminate male feminist. I mean, just go and look at it. I mean, it's funny that we have these stereotypes and these tropes, yet the left would try and deny their reality. Every joke has its truth, and there's a reason why we come up with these tropes. Now, they're not always correct. Like Asians being good at math is not because Asians are genetically predisposed to being good at math. It's because there is a culture that developed where Asian parents are very strict with education. That's it. That's it. Any white person or black person or Latino person could be the exact same way. It's just cultural. But that's why the stereotype exists, cultural reasons. And for those cultural reasons, I'm telling you, you are likely not going to see college-age dudes buying Bud Light. And for the most part, they probably don't care. I think most people don't care. It's only 20% down, meaning 1 in 5 will buy it and doesn't care. I'm just saying, it's significant. It's spreading to their other brands. And here we go. Look at this. We're here for that. Levi's CEO says it's growing its gender-neutral line because there is definitely consumer appetite for that when asked about Bud Light's Dylan Mulvaney fiasco. I don't wear Levi's. They're like the worst jeans ever. And aren't Levi's stars like the OG blue jeans? No, I don't wear any of that garbage. They suck. No, for real, like, they don't fit very well, and they're stiff. You know what I like wearing? And I'm not saying it's a better brand or anything. I don't know. Maybe they're woke too. I like Volcom. I got Volcom jeans. I've always worn them because I'm a skater. I think I'm wearing a Volcom shirt right here. Yeah, I'm wearing, I don't know if you can see it, a Volcom shirt. And the jeans that I'm wearing are like it's blue jean, 1% spandex. So they got some give, some stretch. So when you skate, you get better range than the stiff garbage denim of Levi's. But I'll tell you this, I got no problem boycotting that garbage product, and I do wear blue jeans. But play the game, Levi's. Play the game. Nike, I've never been a fan of. Levi's, I won't buy either. Get woke, go broke. There was a card shop, a game shop near me when I was in Jersey. They put up that far left psycho flag, signifying Antifa or whatever. I'm not going to that place. It's a cult symbol. You might as well put a swastika on your building. Now, of course, if you're in the cult, you're offended by that statement. But I don't think anybody who actually understands what a cult is and is outside the cult would disagree. They're just two extremist ideologies. I'm not interested in being around any of them. You got a sickle and a hammer? Not interested. You got a swastika? Not interested. You got the pride flag with the triangle and the circle and all that other weird stuff? I ain't going anywhere near your business. Because you're in a cult, and you are dangerous, violent people. And I see it even in West Virginia. But I'll steer clear of it. I don't care. Y'all can't shame me. They try and do that thing. Why are you so obsessed with people's genitals? Bro, your words mean nothing. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. Okay, I will tell you how I feel, and how I feel I am fine with feeling that way. And I've always been that way. So, Levi's and any other company that wants to embrace this, I don't care. Do it. I'm not going to buy your product. That's how I've always felt. If Anheuser-Busch wants to double down and spit in my face, I will not buy Anheuser-Busch products. And now it looks like their stock is going to tank because they got downgraded. And it looks like the people who hold that stock are going to lose a lot of money. And if they want to, fine. I don't care. They can do whatever they want. But keep playing that game. Keep playing that game. Good luck. I wish you the best. I got no beef. I'm out. We buy Yingling now. Not like we ever bought Bud Light in the first place. We would buy craft local brewery beers as it was. But, you know, we bought Bud Light not that long ago. I think we were doing like a barbecue. We had the 4th of July coming up. Oh, this is going to be so sweet. I want to stress it. The 4th of July is coming, my friends. We're about 2 months away. Let us make sure we remind all of our friends, do not buy any Anheuser-Busch beer for the 4th of July. If you're on the East Coast, Yingling is a delicious beer. And they posted a photograph of someone holding a beer with an American flag. That's a beer for you. Oldest brewery in this country. How about that? Next segment's coming up at 4 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
And good Friday morning, everybody. Thanks very much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Friday, May 5th. It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast. White House is still refusing to answer any questions about the whistleblower who says Joe Biden sold out America to foreign nationals. Watch this.
I'm going to have to refer you to the Justice Department on that. I have nothing for you on that today.
No, do you know what this is, what country this pertains to, or what policy decision?
I have nothing for you, sir. I'm going to have to refer you to the Justice Department.
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer sending a subpoena to FBI Director Christopher Wray, demanding that he testify on the allegations that the Bureau possesses an unclassified internal document which proves then Vice President Joe Biden leveraged U.S. policy for personal gain. Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley raising the possibility that the White House may have to block House investigators from obtaining the document. Watch this.
It'll be successful.
But there's only 7 pieces of permanent armor. And yeah, as you can see from that list, there's already more than enough stuff included, so... Yeah, what about the other 100 exactly? Did you know that if you get every possible piece of armor in the game, your inventory can't even hold it all? Oh, did you? That's cool. Yeah, without amiibo it fits, but, you know. Oh, does it really? That's cool. What's the name of your site? I wonder if I've seen it before. Cool. I have not seen that before, but that's neat. I will check that out. I need to make sure that my square bomb went away. I think it probably did, but... Hey, Swiffy. Thank you. I am having a great evening, actually. Despite the minor disasters that happened earlier, I'm actually still having fun. So it's all good. Yo, Left Shark. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Nice. Whoa. Hello. What happened there?
Wait, you can kill those?
How long did it take me? A couple months to learn the first route that I learned. The route's very different now, but yeah. Good. Okay, here's the... Yeah, Toki settled down. I heard Jesse get home a little while ago. Good, okay. I screwed up that wind bomb last run and had to swim really slowly to shore. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. It's hard to stasis that apple accurately. There's not much. It's like 1 pixel on the screen. Yep, there we go. How many points for Toki Cam? We actually got a Toki Cam earlier this stream. So, if you look through the VOD, it was between one of my resets. And you can see the Toki Cam. Okay, that was a really nice Jatan Sami. I believe that's right on gold pace. So should be like matching my gold here. Oh wow, Jason's even got the timestamp for us. Or rough timestamp. Okay, good night, Makar. Have a good sleep. Hopefully, the rest of the VOD is good news. Yeah, Geb already damaged here is not great. I used a lot of extra shots trying to recover Nabora Sentry. So I'm going to have to be careful with Geb durability to make sure that I still have a fresh one for the second round of duping. Hopefully it's not a problem. But I can always switch to duplex bow for like a few extra shots at long range if I need to near as I'm getting close. This is actually gold by a decent little margin. That's good. Yeah, by a couple seconds. Nice. Well, yeah, I think I played that one really well. Another possible 30 seconds to save on this split. I don't remember what happened last run. I think it might have just been bad Nadra parts. Like they fell in bad places, but I don't know. I'm gonna use my fire rod to set the fires here just to save a bit of durability that was accidentally used in Naboris. Thanks, Jason. If you want to see Toki, there's the link. I think the horn fell in a good spot. You searched for it, Michu? Oh, I'm glad you found him. Okay, there's the horn. If I'm lucky, the claw will fall in the same spot.
Urbosa's fury is ready.
Nope, it's going way over there. Okay. Here we are. Well, that'll be a bit of time lost to go pick up the claw, but that's RNG. Sometimes it falls over this side, sometimes it goes over there. What does Toki mean? Yeah, it just sounds cute. It doesn't have a particular meaning. Hey T-Beard, how's it going? Toki means time in Japanese, does it? Didn't know that. Oh my god, I can't see a thing. Okay. here we are. Oh, right. Need to snap the picture. Cool. Oh, is it really? That's cool. Time is a good concept. No, missed the super launch.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Okay, well that didn't really help. Whatever. Any holiday plans? Staying home, but got a bunch of family traveling in, so I'll be spending a bunch of time with them. Jesse's family, that is. Her brothers are coming in from DC. And don't get to see them too often, so it's nice. We're gonna go spend a week at her mom's house with everybody. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Okay. Not too bad, considering I got the claw way over to the side, and well, I missed that super launch too. I guess that accounts for some of that. How much time off work do I get? I'll get like almost a couple weeks that I had banked up. Yeah, I usually try and save a good amount of time for when they travel here for Christmas. Is that gonna go in? Yeah, okay. DLC has bikes, well, it's got one at least. Leaving yours for April to go visit family. Nice. It's a good use for the time off. Especially if the family requires travel. Nice. No, not nice. What did I get in my last run? It's on the splits, 1544. Oh yeah, landed right on the deer. Let's go.
Oh. Oh.
I love it when you can't see what's going on inside the tree. Yeah, that's not the right way. Okay, not bad, not bad. Couple minor slip-ups, nothing to worry about. Okay. Well, that's good. Things were looking dire an hour ago, but I brought that back from 3.5 behind to just over a minute behind. Oh, wait. I wasn't supposed to break that bow. I forgot. Whoopsies. Should be fine. I think I had enough Gebs at the end of last run. But, yeah, that was actually a mistake. I was not supposed to break it. No, I dupe again. It's just, I keep the bows around for duping over, is all. So that's one less bow that I would have at the second dupe session to dupe over. But shouldn't be a big deal. Oh, no super. That's bad. It's impossible to mid-air here because of the wind, so you just have to ride it out. Okay, at least it made it. Sometimes you don't get enough speed to even make it. Ah, anyway. Yeah, I could. Or I could grab the one in Rudania. Not a big deal. Or if I get like a random stall enemy spawn and it's got a bow, I could just like steal it real quick. But yeah, I think I had more than enough at the end of last run anyway, so I should be fine to just dupe one less. Yeah, right by the map room, there's a chest with a knight's bow in it. Holy shit, that's laggy. Yep. Damn it. Please load in. It's called a capture card, Mellow. If you just search for like HDMI capture card, then that gets you what you want. Good night, Michu. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep. Minor slip up with the missed wind bomb, but otherwise, pretty good movement here. Now I get to mash for 5 minutes. They're surprisingly cheap. They can be. The one I have only costs like 40 bucks. There's different kinds. You want one generally that has an additional HDMI output so that you can play on a monitor while still having it go to your PC. Some of the really cheap ones only go to your PC. So then to actually see the game, you'd have to watch it through like the preview window on your computer, which for speedrunning is generally not great because there's a little bit of delay. But if it's got the separate HDMI out, it doesn't add delay to that. I didn't specifically show bows last time? Oh. I know the run before that I had like 2 left, so... I guess I could just take the 5 seconds and open the chest in Rudania, though. Just to be sure. Probably wise. I don't know if they have them at Best Buy. They're a bit more of a niche item, so they might not have them like in store, but they might be able to like order one in for you. I don't know. How often do I stream? Approximately once per week. Not necessarily every single week, but most weeks. And very occasionally, more often. I'll be streaming on Tuesday, probably. Another run. Which is more often than I normally would. But I've got a bit of time off before family gets here. Best Buys do have Elgatos? Oh, okay. Well, and it's possible that you could get one there. Go. Do I have any world records? Yep. I got it in this run just last week. Okay. Bit of time lost there. That's expected because of that one failed wind bomb. But otherwise solid. On to Baruta. Get those shock arrows ready. Hey. It actually works this time. Oh. Why does this thing not load in sometimes? It's annoying. Just going too fast? Maybe. This way. Do I think I can get a world record this time? Definitely could. It's a long run and I'm still in the early stages. So there's a lot that could go well, and there's a lot that could go otherwise. But definitely possible this time. Too low.
Finally. That is just instant.
I must sit now. You'll need
This is the only game I speedrun, actually.
the guidance.
I don't know, Jason. I'd have to play through the game casually first, make sure I enjoy it. I don't think speedrunning a game that you don't like in the first place would be much fun.
You will see take
Though everybody who's played it seems to like it, so I probably would too.
short. There are 3. There are 2
Yep, I'm doing map before Coggers now. Slightly faster because you can get that 5th, well, what used to be the 5th terminal on the early cycle.
Just 1. You active there should be, and be careful. Careful, that spear has a long reach.
Nice. What music do I listen to? All sorts, really. I'm not terribly picky. I like a lot of video game music. Okay, that was, like, really clean Ruta. I'm quite happy with that one. Nice. 1 second gold. Okay, here's a slight new reroute suggested by Tao. I'm not going for that flower there anymore right now. I'm just going to run up. And I'm going to get that flower after I get the Zora Greaves very late in the run. I'll just gale up to it. So that's something that's new as of a couple days ago when I timed that. Doesn't actually save time. It's even on time. But trying to do that wind bomb over to the flower with all the lag is, well, it's error prone. So I like this order better. So all my Korok numbers are going to be 1 less for the rest of the run than previously. Until the end when I get that one. Okay, oh yeah, that's right. I want to actually keep Omega Bow equipped because the next time I use it, it's going to be on the Hinox. So remember not to change it back after Water Blight. Oh, I did actually change my splits, so people shouldn't be saying that. It's just if people are paying attention to the exact numbers versus last run, they will be different. Which probably nobody is paying attention to. Yeah, I went through and changed all the numbers. He really did not need to be that close. I'm just glad he didn't grab on. Oh wait, I should have waited to up my speed food. I could have done it like last run where it actually ended here, like exactly here last run. Interesting. But I could have done it so that while the Hinox is loading in. That's the best time to menu for that. Am I going to play the sequel? I will. Definitely looking forward to it, though I'm not going to play it on stream. Why? I just prefer to do casual gaming on my own. And I really hate spoilers, and a game like that, there's probably going to be people giving spoilers, even if it's accidental. Good, got enough flint. Supposed to angle that a bit left.
It is my pleasure.
He's barely made it over. Thank you, Emby. Get much out of that one. All right. Yeah, just needed cleaner movement. Oh well. Not terrible. I restarted a few times, yeah. But I actually have not taken a break yet. I might, and yeah, it's 11:30 already. I'll probably end up skipping the break for tonight. Because I had, like, a short bathroom break and grabbed a bite to eat between the resets. Yeah, stream's been going for 5.5 hours, and I'm less than 4 hours into the run, so... Did spend a little time resetting. A bit more speed on that. Good enough, though. It's nice when it's not raining here. I don't have to worry about climbing this tree for 10 minutes. There you are. Okay, that was good. Clean movement. Yeah, no. Thank you for the good luck. Okay, I need to make sure I get the parade grounds location here. It's something I've forgotten to check for a few times. No super launch, huh? Yeah, I've seen that location get missed before. You can just, like, end up too high for it, I think. Or potentially, because we can shoot it from range now, you can potentially kill it from outside. It is one that generally shouldn't be missed, and it was impossible to miss it back when we were, like, using a spin attack to kill it or landing on the ground. Nice. Yeah, we've got our OP weapons now. Alright, that's clean. I didn't didn't check my Koroks on the way in. 118 should be. I did get it. Yeah, I checked this time. I just mentioned it beforehand.
Vivali's Gale is now ready.
Okay. I think I'm gonna cut off the here because no one cares that I'm playing this